from Lago di Lugano or Cesario, a glacial lake situated on the border between southern Switzerland and northern Italy. The lake, named after the city of Lugano, is situated between Lake Como and Lago Maggiore, cited for being the first time by Gregory of Tours by 5090 with the name Cesario due to all of the cherry trees that grew there. We're here today with our inaugural first of 2025 PondCast number 29. We missed 2 whole weeks, and man, we are gonna get you those 2 weeks back in less than 3 hours. We promise. I'm, of course, your host, Yaku of the Zaku, and with me today is El de la Mascara que tiene muchos fracos, Light_VIP, and as always, we are produced by Ruchomi La Page Kitore Lubi Ujivak Japalek Kuro 16 Squad Senseki. How we doing?
Happy New Year, Yaku! It's as you mentioned, welcome to 2025, our first podcast of the year. As you did mention as well, we did take some weeks off. We took off the week of Christmas and we took off the week of New Year's to enjoy some time off and to allow everyone to spend time with themselves, with their families, with StarCraft. But now we're here to catch up on everything that we missed out on, and yeah, we're helping you catch up on everything as well, because there's been a lot of StarCraft. Yeah. There's been a lot of tournaments, a lot of news.
I will get it to you in less than 3 hours.
Yeah, we may have gone on a break, but the StarCraft did not. No.
It actually ramped up the minute we left. The very minute we left, they were like, all right, they're gone. Let's go.
Exactly. You know, the original plan was, you know what? We're gonna like put our events on hiatus. We're gonna put the podcast on hiatus, SDO, MSO, STC, and we'll have some free days. We can enjoy the holidays, and we can, just chill. Nah, didn't happen, Bappy. We just casted every single day, multiple times a day, just non-stop StarCraft, because apparently that's just how we do in the off season in StarCraft. Apparently.
Yeah. Apparently. But speaking of off season.
Ah.
How's it going with this? It's the off season. We've had a lot of events, but we've also had a lot of developments, shall we say, happening in between. A couple of them, a lot of them kind of unfortunate to start things off here.
Yeah. So very quickly, there were definitely some interviews and some documentary series that were updated throughout the course of those 2 weeks, and we would love to get into them, but we will be doing that next time. The reason for this is twofold. One, there's a lot of videos to catch up on, and we would like to add our own opinion and add our own thoughts on those things and give our own insights as well and have a discussion going on. More importantly, we're catching up on 2 weeks of content already. Like, there's a lot to go through.
Yeah, we may end up having to just do a mini podcast just for the interviews and the documentaries that came out in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah. Like there's already.
Oh man.
We don't want this show to drag on too long here, so we're gonna try to keep things a little bit more brief here. We'll have a bit of brevity when it comes to going over everything, and we'll definitely give those videos and those documentary series the time they deserve, and we'll be going over that next time, not this time.
Mm-hmm.
But as you mentioned, that does lead us into some of the other announcements that we had this week. The first thing is Control. Control has left Offside Esports. Offside Esports, of course, is the offshoot of Onside Esports, Onside Gaming. It's aka Team Vitality. That have been supporting a lot of players. Actually, recently did actually sign Cristiano not too long ago. I think we probably covered that in a podcast past. But looks like Control is going to be since parting ways with them.
Yeah, it was a really interesting journey here for Offside Esports and Control as well. I mean, Control, he is a player who I feel like has always kind of been in that semi-professional level, right? He was... I don't think it was during his military service where he was playing, because I don't think you're allowed to actually, compete in anything with prize money when you're in the military, but he was definitely still active towards like the final months of his military service. This would have been back in like 2019, 2020, around that time. And so he never fully went full time, but he was still very much a part of the community. He was very active in our events as well, which is how we kind of got to know him. We got to speak to him quite a bit in that time, and yeah, he's always said that he's got a lot of different things that he was that 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 was that he was considering about doing. He wasn't fully sure, but yeah, offside I think was kind of the best environment for a player like Control for a while,
Mhm.
who was when it seemed like offside was more focusing on like amateur and semi-professional talent.
Mhm.
But it's cool to know that recently that has changed.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we'll see what does occur with Control. I mean, again, he has been spending a lot of time in StarCraft. He's not the most active of players, as you were kind of mentioning. He streams every now and then. He did some casting as well. But we'll see kind of what kind of road he goes down and whether he does try to commit into content creation, tries to compete, or tries to take a step away. I'm sure we'll hear from Control eventually in the coming weeks and the coming months. I'm sure, like a lot of players, I'm sure waiting for any big announcement from EWC. Until then, though, Control is going to be at least parting ways with Offside Esports, and we'll keep an eye on Control to see if he lands himself on another team or any other updates.
Yeah, I I do find it interesting that he's kind of like leaving the door open in a way, right?
Hmm.
Because I feel like usually when a lot of players when their contract expires and they're looking to continue to compete at a professional level, they usually say something along the lines of, "I'm exploring new opportunities," or "I would like to find a new team," or something like that. Control didn't say that, but he also didn't say flat out that he's going to retire. So
Mm-hmm.
we'll see where he
Yeah,
goes.
for sure, for sure. We will see.
Well, I would like to catch up on that because he made another post literally on New Year's Eve that he is looking for a team as a player slash streamer,
Ah, there
Mhm.
we go.
and
Streamer zone.
there you go. And he lists his like his current achievements there, so you can take a look if you want. I'm gonna post it in the Discord.
Yeah, there we go. He did post his achievements related to SC2, Battle Aces, Stormgate as well. So, yeah, do hope that he finds himself a nice place to call home. Meanwhile, speaking of retirements, someone who did announce his retirement here, which is a little bit unfortunate, you could argue that we saw it coming a little bit ahead of time
Mhm.
here, is Su. Su did
Yep.
recently announce his retirement at the end of 2024.
Yeah, like you said, it feels like something that was a little bit of a long time coming. Honestly, I do think that I was honestly a little bit surprised when Sue finished his military service and then came back to StarCraft 2, just
Hmm.
because of. It feels like a lot of players from his generation, shall we call it, people like Innovation specifically, who for a long time was kind of his rival there, did say that, yeah, I'm just going to retire when I go into the military and not come back. We saw players like Ty kind of jump back into competitive StarCraft for a little while, but then retire soon after, focus a bit more on like streaming and focus a bit more on casting and stuff like that. Sue stuck in it for quite a while, I would say, and was did have uh, did have some pretty good results. He was specifically in WTL. I would say that he was definitely a big contributor to Weibo's placements in the past few seasons. But yeah, in the individual leagues, it does kind of feel like Sue lately hasn't really been on that same level that he was prior to entering the military.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just a really difficult thing to really kind of a difficult pill to swallow when you before military service, right, when you're kind of at the peak of your career, when
Yeah.
you're winning championships, traveling internationally, and when you're definitely in form, and to come back after post military, and
Mhm.
clearly everyone else has been improving, everyone else has been performing, and it's not the easiest to kind of get back into that swing of things and get back onto that kind of horse. There are some players that I've been able to pull that
Mhm.
off, players like Hero, players like Classic, players like Bjorn, but there are also a lot of players that haven't really been as
Yeah.
successful, and Sue is definitely going to be one of them, unfortunately.
Yeah. But it. I'm personally, I'm just glad that he did stick around this long. I myself am a big fan of Sue. I think it's hard to find somebody who's been following StarCraft 2 for a while who doesn't have a positive opinion on Sue just because of his story. He is the guy who came in runner up for 4 GSLs in a row, and then came in runner up for another 2 GSLs in a row, and then also came in runner up at IEM Gamescom, at what was it, MSI Stockholm, and the big one, the one that everybody was so sure he was going to win, BlizzCon 2017, where he went down to Rogue in the finals. It was absolutely, at times, kind of painful to watch as a Sue fan, but the fact that he was able to pick himself up over and over again after all those defeats, like, I'm sure that probably wasn't, like, I'm sure that was pretty hard on his mental state a couple of times. The fact that he was able to pick himself back up and then eventually win IEM Katowice, the biggest tournament of, well, one of the 2 biggest tournaments of that year, alongside literally one of the 2 world championships of that year. That's an incredible story.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like he has a long history behind him, and I'm sure we're all hoping that that's what he's remembered for, not necessarily the most recent performances of him, but the more historic performances instead. So we do bid Sue adieu. This is also one of those retirements that again was kind of like on the horizon here, and there's a couple of other players that are a little bit more in flux when it comes to that. I know a lot of people have been asking for stats. He has been MIA ever since EWC. He literally hasn't played in a single event. DRG is another one who hasn't played in a couple of months as well. I do think for a lot of them though, I think they're just waiting. I think they're just waiting to see what's happening with EWC before coming out with anything. I think a good example of that is gone.
No, I was going to say that's exactly what it is in Korea. From what I've been hearing from the Korean, the Korean fans and the Korean scene, the vast majority of Korean pros are just biding their time. All of them are just kind of biding their time. All of, I'm not gonna say all of them, but like most of them, and certainly most of the top players, have mentioned in the past that if there's no announcement from EWC, they are just gonna retire.
Yeah, that is definitely a thing
even if GSL comes back as a crowdfunded thing, because the unfortunate fact of the matter is that even if GSL does come back, it's gonna have nowhere near enough of a prize pool for it to be viable for most of these pros to play full time.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of them are kind of trying to lie in wait and figure out what's going to be happening and what decision they make from there. So I guess, again, January is going to be a big month for that, as we are expecting an announcement at any moment here when it comes to whether or not EWC is going to be involving SC2. Something alongside that is another retirement that was announced more recently, and that is with Oliveira. And I think this one at least caught... Yeah, this one caught me off guard just because we already heard from Oliveira like a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, that he was saying something similar to what we just mentioned, where he was planning on waiting for EWC for an announcement before deciding whether or not he would retire. He was one of those players as well, and he kind of came out ahead of it instead and did come to the decision to kind of step away even before an EWC announcement.
Yeah. Which... And again, this isn't speculation or anything. He straight up said, yeah, no, I'm retiring. Those games at Masters Coliseum and LiuLi Cup are going to be the last games I'm going to be playing professionally. And yeah, like you said, this kind of caught me off guard as well, just because Oliveira... Does this mean he's not going to go to Bellum Zagora? Like, he is still a top player. Like, you were mentioning it during the LiuLi cast, or was it the Masters Coliseum cast? Oliveira absolutely is one of the top 3, if not top 5 Terran players in the world. In terms of the non-Korean Terran players, I would absolutely put him number 2 behind Clem. He is just an incredible player. It really looked like 2024. He was on the up and up. He had some very, very incredible finishes. Finished in the semifinals after taking Serral to the ace match in DreamHack Dallas, did really well in EWC as well, and so it did look like if he were to continue, he could continue getting results, but yeah, he's just not. But he's just decided that that's not the path he wants to take anymore.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like it's kind of depends on your perspective here. Like what is better or not is going out when you're peaking, or going or retiring when you're kind of petering out and when you're past your prime, sort of thing. That is, I feel like, something that a lot of people always think about when it comes to these big professional players, because 100%, you're talking about like how well he's been performing recently and how he's in form.
He can,
If you remember, we were most excited about
Mhm.
Masters Coliseum because in the lead up to it, over the course of post LWC of October, November, December, we were seeing all the show matches, right?
Yeah.
We were seeing all the
Yep.
Super Sevens, the
He
LiuLi Cups as well, and
he
Oliveira was beating everyone. Like, it's not like he's not in form
he
right now. Like, he's been looking really good recently.
yeah, he was beating Shin, he was beating Trap, he beat Hero when they both off raced, he was beating Dark, he
Uh,
was getting a lot of results in these show matches. One result I forgot to mention is he was the runner-up at Bellum Zagora
yeah.
in 2024, which secured his seed for the Bellum Zagora tournament later in June. So it's like, yeah, it really does. It really is a kind of surprising announcement from Oliver. I will say that I hope that the retirement is because of something good. Yeah, I do know that. I mean, I'm just gonna say this out right now. The Chinese fans are absolutely vicious when it comes to their players, and especially when it comes to Oliveira. He's mentioned this a couple of times in the past. How whenever he underperforms, he just gets bombarded by messages from the Chinese fans telling him to retire and whatnot. And I'm hoping that that wasn't the deciding factor here. But if it was, then it's understandable.
Yeah. I hope so as well, right? Just because, again, coming into his retirement, I'm also checking here, like, he won a League December, like the December finals, which
Yeah.
we're going to go over those results, but
Mhm.
did defeat Rogue, did defeat Trigger, did defeat Creator to do so. As you mentioned before, like in the show matches in December, he defeated Dark, defeated Creator, Cure as well, Nightmare, Shin. Like, he is in form. So to step away now of all times, it did feel a little bit more jarring than anything. It is sad to hear, just because myself, and I'm sure you as well, we're big fans of Oliveira, right? We're big
Yeah.
fans.
He,
We know how good he is. We know how much potential he has, and I'm sure we're looking forward to seeing him have another big run, kind of like at a big finals offline event.
yeah. He has such an aggressive play style. It's
Mhm.
inspirational, IMO.
Yeah,
It's like I watch
for sure.
Oliveira is one of those players who I watch and I'm like, damn, I wish I could be that. I wish I could do that. I wish I
Mhm.
could be that good.
For sure, for sure. So, yeah, it is really
I
sad to hear.
mm,
We can only
uh,
speculate as to. Good.
yeah. No, I was just gonna conclude. So if you have anything there,
Yeah. I was just gonna say that we can only speculate as to the reasoning as to why he did
Mhm.
come to the decision to retire. Right? Maybe it is just because how uncertain the future is. Maybe it is because of fan feedback or like messages that he's been receiving. Maybe it's a combination of the two. Maybe it's something unrelated. We're not really entirely certain of that. We just know that he has come to the decision.
Yep. Yeah, and once again, just kind of round off Oliveira's career here. Obviously, he's the first Chinese world champion, winning IEM Katowice 2023. He had, a lot of great results. He's dominated the Chinese scene, won a lot of the WCS or ESL Masters, China and Asia regionals. But one other thing that is not necessarily in results that I think is worth talking about here when it comes to Oliveira's contribution to the scene is he was actually very influential regarding the, shall we say, Chinese Renaissance, and not post 2023. That was post 2023 was when all the Chinese players saw Oliveira and was like, okay, we can do it too. Normal man won the world championship, we can do it too. I'm talking about 2019 when we first started seeing big Chinese investment in the scene, when we first had Kaizi Gaming coming around.
Mhm.
Kaizi Gaming, from what I understand, initially approached Oliveira and were only interested in just sponsoring Oliveira, but Oliveira was the one who kind of said, you know, you can sponsor me, but if we get 2 more players, we can compete in team leagues. And so that's how Innovation Bunny ended up joining Kaiser Gaming, because they were practice partners with Oliveira. Oliveira liked them a lot, and he wanted to be able to bolster what was at the time Gold Pro Team League, and then eventually became WTL.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like he's always been like a part of that, right? Like kind of lifting people up alongside him. Always hardworking, of course, very much so. I think his personality is definitely something that a lot of people got behind as well. Being very humble, very much so. And yeah, I don't know. It is quite sad to see him step away from the game. Regardless, we do wish him the best. We do wish him the best in his endeavors. In whatever he does decide to follow, of course. And yeah, we know that might not be the last we see of Oliveira as well, in a sense, where, SC Boy, they're always willing to bring him on to, help cast or have some content or something. And, if events do continue, then maybe he'll be dropping by every now and then as like a guest commentator or something like that. I'm sure there's definitely room for him. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. I just realized that with Oliveira retiring as well, Weibo Gaming have lost 2 players in the span of 1 week. So
They have. They have. I. They still got Hero. They still got his.
They still got
It's
Hero,
fine. Don't worry about it. But
I mean,
with
at least
that,
Hero is unlikely to retire because I mean he has a restaurant anyway.
there's
so...
no way he's gonna. Yeah.
there you go.
There's a restaurant he wants to avoid managing or
I
cooking
mean,
in.
probably no joke, but to be honest, I don't know about it.
With that, that does conclude our kind of team transfers and retirements. That does lead us into the newly announced Team Liquid Map Contest number 20.
Yes, glad to see that they're becoming. It feels like they're becoming more regular now, or not regular, I should say. They've always been regular, but I feel like they're more frequent now.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it feels quite fast just because we just had one, but the one that we just had was team based, right? It was for team
True.
like 2v2 maps, 3v3 maps, things of that nature. So it's great to have another TLMC returning. And yeah, the announcement was an interesting one. With the post itself, big shout out to Monster Energy for, of course, funding and sponsoring the event itself. They themselves were quite transparent, saying that like, the future of SC2 is a little bit uncertain. But they did say that at least for the near future, they are confident that there is going to be, additions to the ladder map pool, and they're still willing to, of course, devote their time and energy into running the TLMC, despite this kind of era of ambiguity. And yeah, they're still going to be running it.
Yeah.
For sure. So if you're out there, if you happen to be a map maker, if you're interested or even interested in maybe diving into map making as well, there is a lot of opportunity here to try to have your hand and maybe earn some prize money as well by posting your own maps. What I will say is that from my understanding, I believe that they are alleviating some of the restrictions they used to have, and their goal here is to have less kind of guardrails than they used to, and have a little bit more of a creative, like kind of free thinking, like outlook onto this TLMC.
Yes, they've actually released a spreadsheet about map features that are allowed and map features that aren't allowed. Most of them are allowed. I gotta say, hostile missile turrets are going to be allowed this time, as are neutral simulators. True island expansions, so maybe not Monty Hall. What was the other SE Evo map? That was purely island bases.
Yeah, it's oh god, it was like
God,
near space
called?
something. I don't
Neo something. Yeah, hopefully we get to see some. I'm hoping anyway that some of the map makers take some inspiration from SE Evo. Well, I say that usually it's not the map makers who have to take inspiration. Usually it's the judges who have to approve them, right? So hopefully, I'm hoping that the judges have seen the light in some of these SE Evo maps and be like, you know what, maybe we can allow these.
True. The map you're thinking of was Paradox.
Paradox. There we go.
Yes.
Neo something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Close
Neo,
enough.
Paradox, yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I look forward to it as well. Definitely look forward to it. I'm sure we'll be delving into the submitted maps once we get into that phase of testing, that phase of judging. I am definitely a lot more motivated to this time maybe dive in a little bit deeper when it comes to going over what maps they have to offer and hopefully giving
So-
them some more publicity.
Oh, that's where you're going. I thought you were gonna be like, I thought you were gonna announce that you were gonna be making a map
Oh God, no.
based on Paradox.
No. Let's go.
I
Oh,
would,
the
I
island
would
base.
watch a stream of that
Beautiful.
actually.
Beautiful. So look forward to it. Look forward to it. Again, we'll keep you guys updated and posted when it comes to the progression of TLMC and the phases that they do go through, the iteration phases, the judging phases as well, the submission phases. So we'll be all over the TLMC 20.
Absolutely. Submission has not begun just yet, but they're going to be beginning pretty soon on... Oh, no, they did begin. It's the end of submissions that are still a ways off on the 27th of
There you go,
January,
there you go.
so just before Lunar New Year.
There you go. You got a month. You got a month to prepare. You got a month to submit. So best of luck to everyone getting involved. That does lead us into our first wave of events here. Our first wave of amateur events. This was the final Master Swan Open number 88 of the year of 2024. This is our monthly bronze to 4.7k MMR tournament. Essentially bronze to around Masters 2 level. And yeah, it was great to host the final events of the year of 2024.
Glad to be. I was glad to be involved in this one as well.
Yeah.
It was fun. Chat had a great time. I remember that.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, Yaku, he got involved. We had some new participants. We had some old participants as well. Mhm.
Yeah. Can I just say, I watched a VOD afterwards. I think I've figured out the secret.
Okay.
When Kuro does the full intro,
Okay.
I win.
Okay. So what you're saying is it's Kuro's fault for not doing the full intro.
Exactly. The second time, yeah.
True.
Look, I'm only doing that
I
once.
see,
It
I
takes
see.
like 5 minutes to get through, okay?
Mhm. You have to save it, is what you're saying. You have to save the intro for when
True.
Yaku needs it most, when he needs that buff, that boost.
So
Also-
what is it called? It's the silver bullet.
So, Yaku is pointing out that was quite a fun broadcast. For those who have missed it, I guess I can't point it out. The main meme of the entire broadcast was how I once called Captain Fish the favorite. And for some reason, literally everybody latched
Yep.
onto that. And just everybody started calling him the favorite, and he couldn't take the peer pressure to be the favorite.
The
Oh,
pressure
no.
got to him, yeah,
Yeah.
in the end. But you
We're
know what?
saying you.
But you know what? After he got, he became Terran High Command. He instructed Terran to win it, and he passed on the favorite status to Dizzy Dwarf, and he won it for the Terran High Command.
There you go. There you go. Shout out to Dizzy Dwarf for becoming the champion of the final MSO of 2024. Took down Undertaker 3-0. Undertaker was a newer addition to our tournament series and our tournament circuit. Did have a good performance himself, but did fall in the finals.
And having played against him, I was like, I hate you so much, but also I respect you. I respect what your playstyle so much as well. And he's not full Papa Panda, but there's a little bit of that wildness to him. That
he's
I'm
good.
like,
He's-
when I was playing, I was like, ah! But then when I was watching it afterwards, I was like, damn, bro, respect.
he's got that panda in him.
Yeah.
There you go.
This is
There
where
you go. Maybe they're related.
this is where we learned this is actually like Papa Panda's cousin, or like, you know, his like work colleague or
From
something.
underground. Yeah. Or no, yeah. Oh no, he's a son panda. Son of the papa.
There you go. There you go. But yeah, congratulations to Dizzy Dwarf. And again, our MSO, our monthly events, are going to be coming back soon, TM, towards the end of January, coming into February as well. Again, we did want to take some time off at least to try to, enjoy the new year. That did, of course, get met by mass casting and mass events. But again, we'll be coming back momentarily. Do not fret. Again, this is a monthly tournament, so if you happen to be within the range of Bronze and Masters 2 or 4.7k, then you can compete. You can take part.
Basically, once Masters Coliseum isn't 3 days
Yeah.
a week,
Yeah.
then we're going to
pretty
be
much.
able to come back with our regularly scheduled events.
Pretty much, pretty much. We'll get there. We'll get there. Speaking of amateur events, we have the Family Star League, which also was. I assume. I'll be honest. I assumed that by the time we caught up with this, that it would have
Same,
concluded,
yeah.
but it just finished and we can crown our champion. But mate, they've been taking their time, and we still have like
Look,
2 more rounds to go. Oh my god.
okay, look. It was a festive season, New
Uh
Year. Everybody's still a little
yeah.
hungover, you know. You want
True.
them to compete in their tip-top condition, you know.
Uh
Rage's Raiders, they played while they were still hungover, along with the Angry
mhm.
Space Hares, and somehow they were able to make a series out of it. But you know, Pull the Boys and Infinite Cyclists, they want to make sure everybody's rested.
uh Exactly, exactly. Apparently, they're going to be scheduling their matches for in a couple of days, so best of luck. And it looks like in over a week's time, we'll be crowning our champion as well, based on these schedulings on Wikipedia. So congratulations to Rage's Raiders for making it through. They did take down the Angry Space Hares 3-1. Very impressive performance there. We were able to see them pop off in the 2v2s, in the 1v1s as well. And yeah, next time we're here, we'll be able to at least have a look at the finalists.
What is it scheduled for? Maybe.
18th, 18.
Yeah. Maybe they'll lock in the players who are going to play in which slot by then.
No, potentially.
Potentially, yeah.
So yeah, shout out to KJ Freedom for, of course, running this more fun kind of team league format. A little bit less serious, a little bit more laid back, and more family oriented, if you will. And they've been running this event for what feels like months. I mean, it has been. They started back in September. Jesus, they're still going strong. So best of luck as they do wrap that up eventually, coming into the new year. And that also leads us to Nation League. This, I believe, must have wrapped up by now.
It has, and I'm satisfied with how we did.
Oh,
I'm satisfied with how we did. Is what I'll say.
okay. Yeah, here we go. Last time we were here, we were catching with the semifinals, but we had the 3rd place match. Brazil takes down Hungary 5-1, securing their 3rd place spot. And then we had the grand finals between Peru and Italy.
Indeed, we did, and Peru did end up taking the W 4-2 over Italy, but at least Italy was able to fight back and show why they are worthy, why they were worthy in the first place of making it to the finals. So, proud of you, my boys.
Exactly. Exactly. He is the most Italian of the CranKy Ducklings.
See.
There you go. Beautiful. So congratulations, GG. Well played. And yeah, we'll see if we do end up encountering another Nation League. I mean, it looks like they have been running quite consistently over the past couple of seasons, and I'm sure there's going to be another season of Nation League on the horizon. It's just a fun way to also kind of have like another amateur event, but it is of course split up by nations, not necessarily by teams, like Chobo Team League, for example. It's a good way to kind of like bring players together and have them motivated to improve together as well.
Yeah. It's all fun. I remember I played in one of these. Was the Southeast Asia League? I remember I was in Team Singapore, and I played. We played our match against Team Malaysia on the day, on our Independence Day when we left Malaysia. So it was like the stakes.
Let's go.
I was like, let's go. We were all like, we gotta do this.
Was Aries playing in that at the time? Do you remember? Was he?
I think he was casting or adminning. I don't think he was competing in it because he was like, man, because he's like, Malaysian but also living in Singapore. So I think really what it was both teams like didn't want him. Neither team wanted him.
Oh no, Aries. No one wanted him.
Not.
Feels bad, man. Oh no. But yeah. Regardless, it's definitely something worth competing in if you happen to be interested in, of course, competing and taking part in something like a Nation League. Even if you're a little bit lower tier, that's what the event is for lower MMR players. With that though, that also leads us into our next event. Once again, this was more of a kind of off the cuff, sporadic event that did take place towards the end of the year. That was the Dave Testa Open number 10.
Indeed. Well, Dave Testa's open, apparently. He is open.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
And from what I remember here, if you can see, it's purely best of ones, purely best of ones coming into the finals. I don't know if the
Yes.
Wikipedia is accurate because I think from what I remember, I think it was purely best of ones, and I think they were all playing random as well. And I believe in the finals they off raced Trigger and Jumi. Like that was like it was a
Oh.
very chaotic tournament from my recollection.
Yeah, I'll have to take your word for it. I was asleep when this was on.
Fair enough. Again, it was just a very last minute kind of event that was thrown together, and I mean, again, you can see here with all the best of
Mhm.
ones and best of three finals. So not necessarily the most serious of events, but shout out to Dave. I believe this was also coinciding with his return to Twitch and his return to streaming, and it was just a nice way to come back.
Yeah, the map pool
Yeah.
was also not very standard. Want to point it out.
We have Monty Hall.
Unfortunately,
We have
not.
Monty Hall.
Unfortunately not. Smart. Yeah, congratulations to Trigger as it did take it in the end. 2-1 was the Dave Testers Open number 10 champion, and that led us. I mean, speaking of these like more fun events, that led us into the MC versus Comunidad Latina show match.
Yes, and I'll let you take the lead on this because I gotta be real honest with you. Like, the only thing I remember from that event was you and the other Latin Americans interviewing MC, asking him
Uh,
questions in English, and MC
uh,
answering in Spanish.
One of the questions was, "Do you have any words for us in Spanish?" That was one of the questions, and he responded in Spanish. Did respond, so let's go. Or it was something like, "Do you know any phrases in Spanish? Do you know any words in Spanish?" And he did respond. Did respond. But yeah, it was really cool to see MC competing again. This has been floating a little bit under the radar, but MC, he has been somewhat active in StarCraft Evolution. I think he played in, I want to say Tasteless hosted some show matches. I
Yep.
want to say Soup hosted some show matches. Like there were like a couple of show matches here and there, and MC has been relatively active in them.
Yeah, I remember the Tasteless one specifically because they got MC to play in it. They also got a lot of they got a lot of big names. They got like Bisu. They got I think Stork as well to play in that. I was so sad though that they managed to get MC, but they couldn't hook him up with his bro MMA. I was like, ah.
Ooh.
But yeah, that was a big one. The Tasteless show match back in the
Mhm.
day.
Yeah. Not, I guess a couple of months ago at this point, a couple of months ago. But yeah, so MC has been active when it comes to competing in some of these show matches. And a shout out to Enki. Enki, of course, he is one of the big pillars of the Latin American community. He has been bringing together some of these players, some of these Korean players, to face off against Latin America. So it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I believe
they
this was the fifth event. They've already done this. They've already hosted this event with Sue. This was a couple of months ago.
right.
With Dark and with Beyond as well.
Yeah. I'm not really sure how it started or what kind of prompted this, but in my mind, the reason why this is a thing is because of Juanito.
What's how so? How does that all come together in your mind? Yeah,
I feel like Juanito
uh-huh.
has, because he's returned to Mexico for a little
Yeah.
while. I'm not sure if he's fully living in Mexico full time nowadays, but
Just
he
part
has
time.
he has returned to Mexico quite a few times. I feel
Huh.
like he's too much of a, what was the phrase that TY said, Shinling Dong farmer or something. And so
Sure.
the other Latin Americans look at him and are like, yo, should we also go to Korea? Like,
Uh-huh.
or should we bring Korea to us?
Yeah, they
And then they
bring
brought the
Korea.
Koreans to them.
Exactly. Bring the Koreans to us, Papi. There you go. There you go. So, for those that are curious and being a little bit vague about it, this is a StarCraft Evolution show match, and they do basically throw the dedicated player, the featured player of the week or of the month, through the ringer. So, for example, they would get MC and they'd face him off against a GM Latin American Zerg player, then up against a Terran, then up against a Protoss, and then they would throw them into 1v2s, followed by
Yes.
more 1v2s and 1v3s as well. So yeah, less of a serious and more of just like a fun kind of show match, just featuring the player up against, a plethora of Latin American players.
Yeah, and the thing that I find cool and something that, since this is meant to be more of a community event, something that kind of allows the community to get involved a little bit higher as well, is that in the 1v2s and the 1v3s,
Mhm.
the players from Latin America in there were diamond players, I believe.
Yeah.
So non-amateurs, non-pros. So yeah, again, like you said, just a fun thing to do and a way to get people involved.
Exactly. GMs are not allowed whenever it's like a 1v2 or 1v3. They restrict it to more amateur players instead. As you mentioned, just to get everyone involved and bring everyone together as well. It's a very fun community event that they've been hosting. We were fortunate enough to cast the MC edition and the Hon Mono edition as well, as they were both held.
I
Uh-huh.
have to ask, has he showered? Did he shower for that event?
God, no. Of course not. What do you mean? This
Well,
is peak on monopipe. What are you talking about? He needed to be at his full strength. Oh my god. So so yes, Homo, he was an animal. He was an animal. Can confirm. Can confirm. But it was a lot of fun. We got to see a lot of back and forth. Homono and MC, they did not go undefeated respectively. They did drop maps here and there to either some of the GMs or some of the kind of combined teams as well, which was a lot of fun. And yeah, again, it was also a really fun way to feature StarCraft Evolution as well. And as you kind of alluded to, at the end of all the show matches, at the end of the event itself, an interview was held, just asking them, some questions about themselves, about the state of StarCraft, some more general questions, and some fun questions every now and then as well.
Yeah.
For sure.
One day they gotta get TY.
Yes, they gotta drag TY out of retirement for that. So shout out to Enki for, of course, making that happen. It was really cool to hear from MC just because he has been out of the competitive scene for a long time, right? Like MC retired a long time ago.
Yeah.
Like
he retired in
he's
Heart
not
of Storm.
Yeah, like he hasn't been a competitor in quite some time, so, or like early legacy, the Void. But yeah, like he retired quite some time ago, and he started coaching in like League of Legends and in other kind of aspects, started full-time streaming as well.
Got
And
married.
yeah. And one of the questions that was posed to him, I think that one of the questions was like, what do you think about like StarCraft 2 and the future of SC2 coming into 2024? And I think MC's response was something like, well, I thought that SC2 was gonna die out. That's why I retired, and I was proven wrong. he was like, it just kept going. So never mind. So
Yeah.
he was like, so I don't really know what's gonna happen with SC2 because it's still definitely an esport, and still definitely a lot of players do dedicate their time to it as well. So it was just fun hearing that perspective out of MC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as RTS goes, it's the only competitive esport, right? So
I
mean,
Brood War as
maybe
well.
Brood War, but Brood War is more Korea specific, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. So we're asking questions like that. If I recall, God, I can't quite recall the specific question. Maybe Kura knows. But they were asking for what words does he know in Spanish, and he said something like famous or something like that.
Yeah,
or
I think it was famoso. There was the
famoso.
The first
famoso.
word that came to his mind was famoso.
Which is very fitting for MC.
Taco. Yeah.
No. So very fitting for MC. As he's all about that personality. So yeah, I do recommend checking out the VODs for those matches. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it cannot be overstated, right? I mean, you mentioned very much about his personality. For people who weren't really around back in the day, Wings of Liberty, MC, he was, aside from being arguably the best Protoss player of that era, he was also known a lot for his theatrics. Like, there was one, I don't remember if it was GSL or if it was BlizzCon or something. I remember once it was, no, I think it was Blizzard Cup or GSL Blizzard Cup or some kind of invitational where after he won his series, he put on a Murloc onesie and just went and danced across the stage.
I think that may have been the event at Comic-Con. I can't quite recall.
That might have been it.
But because I know I think that's when Hyun dressed up as Spider-Man. I know that happened, and that I may be confusing the two, or Spider Hyun, and that may have been the same event.
Sick Baller event or the Sick Nerd Baller event or whatever it was called.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But definitely known for his personality. I mean, I'll always remember MC in Pro League when he joined CJ Entis. I think that was like at the start of Legacy. I think Kura remembers this as well when MC when he had his MVP winners interview and he knocked Kanata to the ground. It was beautiful. It was it was good times.
Yep. Famous for in a DreamHack or something after after In Control asked him, were you worried at all about facing your opponent? He just went, bitch, please. I'm the motherfucking boss toss. Who do you think I am?
And more famously than any of that was Home Story Cup, if you remember,
Yes,
when
alas.
when he whipped out the karaoke machine, or they whipped it out for him, I should say.
Mhm.
I believe MMA had
He-
won that event, and
Yes,
he
it
did.
was the last competitive event MMA competed in
Mhm.
prior to entering his military service, and he won it. So MC said, "All right, I'm gonna sing a tribute to MMA," and it
Yeah,
was "Let It Go" from Frozen
it was
because that's
beautiful. It was
that's a tribute. It was
yeah,
quite
yeah,
beautiful.
and
Yeah.
and everyone got involved. Like the whole crowd was like singing with him and like waving their arms in the air and stuff. It was a really really wholesome moment.
He
And
gave it his all
yeah,
too.
yeah,
Like he, yeah,
mate, he's got the voice, mate.
yeah.
He's got it. It's beautiful. So that, I mean, MC definitely has a lot of history in StarCraft. So it was great to see many years later, some of his thoughts, some of his perspectives, seeing him play as well, seeing him compete. Likewise, don't want to overshadow Homeowner, but Homeowner he also had his own event
Yep.
as well, where Homeowner he's I would say more of I don't want to say an amateur, but more of like a
He's more
rising.
recent. Yeah.
Yeah, he's more recent. He's more rising talent in Korea. He doesn't have as much notoriety behind him as someone like MC, of course. But he has been devoting a lot of time to StarCraft Evolution, and he had a really fun showcasing as well. Something that stands out is in a lot of his games, he did play a lot of Bio, and he was going very ghost heavy. And I'm sure you remember this, Yaku, about StarCraft Evolution, mate. He abused
Lockdown.
Lockdown
Yeah.
so much. And during his interview,
Yeah.
they had asked him, like, yo, what's your favorite unit? And what's your favorite like spells in StarCraft and StarCraft Evolution? And he was like, the Ghost of Lockdown. It's beautiful. It's
Yes.
And he said that he struggles in TVZ and StarCraft Evolution because lockdown doesn't work on biological units. So he can't lock down like ultras or like guardians or anything like that. So or like brood lords. So that's one matchup where he's sad because he can't use mass ghosts as
Yeah.
the same way.
Sag. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it was great to hear from the two of them, and it was a really fun event to hold. So to look forward to potentially future like LATAM versus player show matches. I'm sure we'll get to some of the other big Korean names. I'm sure eventually there'll be like a hero
Will-
show match
Mhm.
or something like that.
Yeah, holding out hope for a TY show match. I have to wonder
Mhm.
if Special will ever play, and if Special will play on the Korean end, because he's basically
Uh-huh.
Korean at this point.
Yeah. For the most part, he's definitely there. So we'll see if he ever takes part. Regardless, with that leads us into another big kind of fun event that did happen at the end of the year. That is the Boxing Day Orsa Brawl Festival.
Yes. Very fitting for the name
Mhm.
of the holiday.
Yeah, I believe it was on Boxing Day. On Boxing Day of 2024, they did have
Hey,
more of an FFA kind
yeah,
of like more random
he,
kind of fun show match to end the year.
yeah. Came with the left hook and right hook. Yeah.
What are you on? What are you on about? What are you...
Boxing Day.
There you go. Yeah. Is that how you box? Yeah, you get him.
Left and then right.
Yeah, you
Oh, no, he hooked it right
you
and
hook a
then
left, you hook a right.
That's how they box in Australia, at least.
It is.
what I've heard, yeah.
We learn from the kangaroos. It's true.
Yes.
So yeah, it looks like they just had some FFAs. They had some free for alls. Of course, FFA is not the most balanced of formats, but a lot of fun nonetheless. So it was great to see kind of like an end of year celebration here involving players from all around, from Europe, from the Korea as well, even from the Americas, I would imagine. So great to see players coming around just to celebrate StarCraft in their own unique way. I know Orsa has been very much so looking forward to hosting unorthodox tournaments. So it looks like there was like a King of the Hill like FFA. There were like some best of ones. Like there was, not the most orthodox of kind of like matches.
Yeah, an interesting way of going about it.
Mhm.
Having a lot of best of ones, essentially. A couple of best of... If I'm interpreting correctly, They
Mhm.
were best of one FFAs, and
Uh,
which contributed to points, and then depending on how long you survived in the group stage of the FFAs, you got points that
Mhm.
would determine whether or not you go into the final four-player
Mhm.
FFA.
Yeah. There was definitely a system kind of coming together, kind of bringing everyone together as well, to get better rankings, and try to somewhat have some kind of structure around
Oh,
FFAs.
I love
Uh,
this idea. You know why? Because
uh,
now then you can then you can have alliances. You can form those
uh,
backdoor alliances and be like, okay, you and this guy, he's up 3 points. You and
mhm.
I, we're both on 2 points. Let's focus on taking him down first, and
Oh
then we'll
no.
get you. And then you have, oh, I love it, the palace intrigue.
Mm,
I love it.
the
Opens up
drama.
so much.
Exactly. Beautiful. So, yeah, that was just a fun end of year event that was held. Shout out to Ursa, of course, for hosting and organizing these show matches from time to time. These events, do appreciate it. Was organized, or sorry, was casted by Steadfast. Heading on over, we did have our monthly team game event from the side of
Yes,
Wardy, and this
and
time it was a 3v3 tournament.
indeed, and this was a special one. I gotta say, Team Shamager, the team of Shameless, GG Machine, and Tiger, they did end up winning,
Uh-huh.
or coming in first place, but I think the real winners
Mm.
were actually the runner-ups.
Mm-hmm.
Team Ijute, because friendship was restored.
Exactly. Iba for Jumi and Kokot. I mean, this is a little bit of a spoiler of things to come, but what I will say is that they actually played out their show matches, the Duckling Showdown matches, first before this. So I want to believe that we
Yes.
brought them together, that we were able to, mend the relationship between them. We sat them down. We got them some counseling, some group therapy. They were able to, vent, and they were able to come together as one. And maybe they needed like a mediator between
Yeah,
them with that third player, but they got there in the end.
exactly. So you know what? If you're having trouble in your relationships, we have proven success, and
There
we
you
have
go.
proven
Yeah,
success.
sign up and we'll host another Duckling Showdown for you, and we'll lock
We'll
you into a room with
save
another.
your marriage.
No, no, oh, no. We will end the marriage one way or another. Oh no. There you go. We have Iba and Jumi as an example of that. Beautiful. But yeah, they played quite well here. The trio, they were able to take down Geralt, Max Pax, and Spirit. That is crazy, by the way. That's a
Yeah, the Polish
hefty
boys.
team. Jesus. Yeah, Max, close enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much the entire might of Poland coming at them.
Yeah. And Spirit.
Yeah, all of
Let's go.
Poland and Peter.
Mhm. Yes, of course. You can't forget Peter. Uh, so it's great to see once again this team events kind of coming together and definitely get a lot of traction as well. In recent times, I mean, it does feel like, I mean, it's not like we've had like, weekly 2v2s events or anything like that, but, having these monthly events definitely has gotten a lot of traction from viewers and players alike. It's been great to see, yeah, that kind of side of StarCraft getting more love as of late.
Yeah, I love. I recently saw a couple of suggestions, actually, a couple of people who are, because there's been more interest in team game tournaments. A
Mhm.
couple of people coming up with some ideas or some ways to kind of revamp the Observer UI specifically for team games. So
Mhm.
fingers crossed. Hopefully, there's enough resources there from the side of ESL or whoever's in charge to, maybe maybe commission a UI from someone and add it into the game. Fingers
Yeah, it would
crossed.
be great. Just 100%, like the team game UI is awful. It's
Yeah.
it can definitely do with some work. 100%, it can get very cluttered and very busy just because there's so many like production tabs and so many numbers floating around as well between all the players. So especially once you get into 3v3s and 4v4s, it takes up a lot of the screen. So maybe could happen at some point. But speaking of team game events, I mean, of course, as you mentioned, shout out to Shameless, GG Machine, and Tiger for winning the 3v3 tournament. They took down Lambo, Goblin, and Baby Marine as well to make it through. But this morning, less than 24 hours ago, we had the Uwu Thermal 2v2 circuit number 1 for January.
Yes, we were adminning this, and by we, I mean not me. Because I'm not trusted with the admin whistle anymore.
That's true. Very true. Not anymore. It's But yeah, this was this morning, and myself and Kuro, we got involved. The horn of the duckling horn, if you will, was sounded, and
Yeah,
we
quacks.
answered. Yeah, it was quack. The quacks were heard, and we answered the call. Uwu Thermal, he reached out to us. Shout out to Kerwin as well. Kerwin, he was also helping out when it comes to adminning, and we were able to make sure that this event ran as smoothly as possible.
Yeah.
Yep,
Smooth.
For those who are not aware, this was a 2v2 tournament with 47 teams signed up. So that's almost 100 people that you have to find in channels and make sure that everybody got their opponent.
That's a long scroll they have to go through in the in-game channel.
It is. It is.
Your middle finger would be so strengthened by the end of it.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. A lot of really good participation. You can see here the lineups were insane. Even looking at the round 16, obviously there were more rounds before that, but coming into the round 16, there are just so many notable teams here of some interesting pairings as well. You know, we had Trigger and Clem. We had the Mexico team and Chem and Special. We had the NA Specialist 2v2 team with Larry and Knight. We had Jimmy and Jakob. Fun fact, I did ask Jimmy. I was like, Bobby, where's Eba? And he had no answer. So it's possible that our remedy here was short lived. Like
the role reversed.
Oh, no.
He beat Eba once, and now he's coming in.
Exactly.
The abuser.
I was like, you think I'm gonna settle for Eva? I could do better than that. I could. I'm not gonna be tied down by Eva. Ay. The shoe is on the other foot, Papi. Oh my god. So yeah, Jimmy, he did pair with Young Yakov. We had Rex and Haz, the Taiwanese duo. We had the Polish duo, Laser and Geralt. We have Hero Marine versus Status. We had Spirit and Max Pax. I mean, again, the duos, they just keep going. It's just really cool to see all these players come together.
Yeah, a lot of players who, I mean, are kind of expected. Like, you know them, they have played in previous team games on the same team. They were, or even if they didn't play in the team tournaments, they were teammates or whatever for a while, or they pop up on your stream or whatever. Some of them were combinations that I honestly didn't think of. I didn't realize that they were that close. Like Trigger and Clem, I know they spent time in Korea together, but yeah, I didn't realize that they would end up pairing up for something like this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hey, like Trigger and Clem, they were housemates for a long time, over in Korea. So, bonds were formed and clearly friendships were made and broken. And
sleep schedules were enforced.
They were. Trigger was the mom of the house, and she made sure. He made sure that
Clem moved back to France, was outside of the presence of Trigger, and then his sleep schedule just fell apart.
There you go. Yes, that Clem, Papi. Yes, shaking my head. But yeah, we had even a combination of Gumiho and Ryung, the Terran mech combo. Love to see it, and yeah, it was really cool to see some unlikely pairings and some unlikely results coming in as well.
Yeah, arguably the two best TBT players in the world. Unfortunately,
100%.
Unfortunately, here in the round 16, they faced only one Terran player in their opponent's team.
Oh yeah.
So they were only able to take one game.
Only one. If only it was another TBT combo, then maybe they would have had a little more success.
Nickeract instead of waiting. Then they would have won it.
Exactly. So, yeah, it was great to see all these players competing. Of course, Euthermal, he did stream his own POV. He did cast the semifinals as well as the grand finals. So you can find that content over on YouTube when he does upload that over on his own channel. And in the end, we had our top 4 teams. We had Trigger and Clem making it all the way to the finals. And we had Spirit and Max Pax making it through to those finals as well. Interesting to see that. I mean, we saw them pairing together in the 3v3s previously, and they continue to kind of work together here in the 2v2s as well.
Yeah, again, it's a pairing that I wouldn't really expect right off the bat, but it kind of makes sense in hindsight. They were both on Psystorm for a while. They were also both on Psy-V for a little while.
Yeah, exactly. So in the end, they were our champions for the initial 2v2 event, and we do have plans, or I should say, Utherbo has plans to host this monthly event for this foreseeable future. So there should be
Yeah,
more events
it,
in the coming months.
yeah. He says that he's hoping to basically have a full-on league, like a team tournament league, where we will have some of these more regular monthly events where it is like just a bracket and you go through it. But yeah, depending on how they finish, he does want to allocate points to these players and to these teams, and to yeah, try to have a big grand finale at the end of the season is the aim for him right now.
For sure.
And fun fact, because that is something he's been talking on stream, but like a lot of the plans are still very fluid from what I can tell. He is considering adding a qualifier to the finals, which would be a ladder qualifier.
Like a 2v2 ladder.
Ah.
Like a wild
Yeah,
card, like a wild card invite from the ladder. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be really cool to hear to kind of come to
It
fruition here. So it is just a really nice way to like reinvigorate the ladder as well, and just incentivize ladder participation.
exactly. Now we don't have to wait 5 minutes for a 2v2 game. No, it was never that
True.
bad. It was never that bad.
Le-
But like, it definitely takes longer than 1v1.
It does. It does. Aye.
I
So
remember, especially if you have a team that has like wildly different MMR. I remember when it was like you, me, Kuro, and Milk, or you, me, Milk, and Ares, or something like that. All of us having wildly different MMR. Sometimes it would take like 10 minutes to find opponents.
yeah, we'd have to hop regions and try to find some other opponents instead, and yeah, hopefully it does help reinvigorate the ladder in some way, shape, or form. Regardless, congratulations to Spirit and MaxPax for becoming our initial champions of the circuit, of the league, and we'll see if that trend continues. Coming into this, of course, when it comes to the metas, it's as you would expect. Mass Phoenixes can be terrifying in 2v2s. We had a lot of feeding getting involved. I know that here, Marine and Status, they surprised a lot of people by taking down the Laser Geralt, Jumi Young Yakov, and even taking maps off of Trigger and Clem, and a lot of that was kind of designed around that, around kind of like feeding your opponents and making use of some of those other aspects of 2v2.
Yeah, one player going massively greedy, the other player just focusing almost entirely on just harassing and attacking.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I'm curious to see how, or even if the meta of 2v2 evolves just because now there's more interest in actually competing in the event or in this kind of format. I feel like 2v2 for the most part is very much so unexplored just because it had like a brief stint a little bit when it comes to competitive play, but not really. So yeah, the meta of 2v2 has been somewhat stagnant just because people don't really play it competitively really much at all.
Thankfully, it's 2v2 and not 4v4 because the old meta of just 4-player carriers crash your opponent's PCs. That would be terrifying.
No. Yeah, that is a terrifying thing that still happens out there on the 4v4 ladder. You're all animals. But regardless with that, GG well played. And again, we'll be catching up with more of these 2v2 events in the coming months, coming into February. That does wrap up our team events here. And now we can get into a more regional events. As of course, we had the final Firegrow Cup of 2024. We had Firegrow Cup number 5.
Yes, a CIS region-focused event organized by Mindle VK once again.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Regularly.
Yeah. This is a monthly event, and it's been definitely a treat to experience this. This was a wild one as well, by the way. We were fortunate, of course, to be the English casters for this tournament. And when it comes to the event itself, the group stage was more or less kind of what we expected. There were some upsets, though. And first things first, coming into Group A, go on. What catches your eye?
Well, I'm looking at Nikorakt, Nikic, and Art not making it out of group stage. Those are 3 who I would have 100% pegged to make it out. Like maybe in Group A it was maybe one of Nikic or Art would make it through because that group also has Shameless and Strange, but both of them not making it out, I think really speaks to the level of competition here.
Yeah, but as you're saying, Power really surprised us, right? Because as you're mentioning, Nikic, he's more well known. Like, there's a little more hype behind Nikic, Art, even Replicant as well. So for Power to come out of left field, and Power, he's usually like in the middle, if not the bottom of the pack. Like I compare Power to your UED Soldier or your Rostock sort of caliber of player. Just because again he doesn't have as much experience or as many accolades under his belt. But for Power to pop off here, and hey, he was able to, go 1-1 against Nikic, able to take down Art as well. Power, he was able to go 1-1 with Shameless and take down Replicant. Just some really, really impressive performances out of Power. And that may have been a little bit indicative of things to come coming into the playoff bracket. When it comes to Group B, the biggest surprise there, I would say, is, as you mentioned, Nickrat not making it through and Milky Cow making it through instead. We did hear from Nickrat, he was saying that Milky Cow, he had kind of like pseudo retired. He wasn't really competing much at all. But coming into December, he started playing again. He showed up back again. He started competing, started playing, and he very quickly regained his skill.
Yeah, I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago. Milky Cow said that he wanted to take a step back from the game. He was studying at the time. He wanted to focus more on his studies, but yeah, I guess that this is around the time where it would end. So if he has a lot more free time to commit to the game, then yeah, it looks like he's getting back to that level in ESL Masters 2021 EU, where he really came in as like as a fresh face who really took down some big names, and we all had our eyes on him.
Yeah,
Or
Milky
no,
Cow, he's always
2020 when he first came into the scene.
Yeah, it's always been a lot of fun, watching and seeing Milky Cow compete, and he's always just a very unique player as well. And it's great to see him coming back, and yeah, I know Nick Reich respects him quite a bit, and hey, he made it through. I mean, it was still a very close group between Milky Cow, UD Soldier, and Nick Reich. It was still very close score lines, I should say, but did make it through in the end. And coming into the playoffs, if you remember, it was in Fighter Cup number 4 where the finals was Young Yakov and Wayne. It was a ZVZ finals, and that was the best of 7 where Young Yakov, he popped off and he brought Wayne down. It was incredible results and a very impressive and eye-opening one as well. Coming into this event, I was favoring maybe a rematch between Young Yakov and Wayne, but that was very quickly cut short as Young Yakov got knocked out in the quarterfinals. It was crazy.
Indeed, Power, PP
Mhm.
Hour.
Uh,
I've never decided how to pronounce that name, but yeah, managed to take out Young Yakov in a very close best of 3.
Yeah, it was very close, very clutch. A lot of aggressive play is what I will say out of Power, and he did overwhelm Young Yakov. I did also feel like he caught him off guard. Like Young Yakov, he was just a little bit shocked by the
The
prowess of Power in
power
that series.
coming out from,
Yes.
yeah.
Exactly. So Power with a crazy upset, and I do remember covering this series here where coming into the semifinals, I'm pretty sure Sheamus was very grateful. He was like, "Oh, thank God." He's like, thank God you got rid of Young Yakov because that was not going to be an easy one, papi. Ay. So
Yeah.
Shane was very, very grateful to Power for knocking Young Yakov out of the event.
And
It
very,
was, yeah, very much so.
very grateful to him. He repaid him by taking him out 3 to
Yep.
0.
Yep. It was a very dominant performance out of Sheamus. Knocked them the hell out of the
He,
semifinals. Made his way to the grand finals
yeah.
as a
I mean,
result.
he's always been a terror in PvP, though, Shameless. I mean,
Mhm. Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, he made it out of his group in first place, made it out of Group
yeah.
A in that first place, based on a lot of that PvP. On the southern half of the bracket, on the lower half, we had Strangers and Milky Cow. That was a very short series, a very fun one as well. I'm sure. I mean, we've casted
A very
Strange
weird
plenty of
one.
times in WTL. Yes, that's Strange. He was for some crazy proxies, crazy all-ins, no macro whatsoever between Strange and Milky Cow. It was a very short series, a lot of fun. I want to say actually maybe even the highlight of the night. Actually, it was just crazy, and everyone was getting hyped about the nonsense that was happening on screen before us. So I do recommend checking out Strange and Milky Cow. Then the semifinals was similar to the other, where Wayne was a little more dominant. Similarly, Strange was trying to go for all-ins. He was trying to go for these all-ins, trying to be more aggressive, and Wayne was just very solid in the series against Strange. Wayne did knock him down. That led us to the grand finals. And what I will say, even though the finals does look more one-sided, Shameless did take a map, a lot of these games were actually quite close. I don't think the scoreline really does justice to how close a lot of these matches were, especially game one and game two. Game one and game two, it came down to a wire where Wayne, I think it was on Leyline, if I remember correctly, no, sorry, on Whispers of Gold, where Wayne was going for an all-in, and Shameless, he barely didn't hold on. You know, he was like one overcharge short or one warp in too late. It's like Wayne all in the hell out of him. And I remember actually Leyline same. Wayne, he all in Shameless 2 games in a row, and Shameless barely didn't hold.
Oof. Yeah, aggressive stuff coming out from the Fire Girl Cup, it seems.
Oh yeah, 100%. So I do recommend the VODs. It was a very fun event, and congratulations to Wayne for reclaiming his throne. Because again, he was dethroned last month by Young Yakov, but now he got it back.
Ah, he didn't even have to beat Young Yakov this time.
He didn't. I'm sure Wayne was happy as well. I'm sure he's like, "Whew, thank God! Shout out to Power!" Oh God! Ay. So yeah, Wayne. Congratulations, Wayne does take it in the end. He's the final Fire Girl Cup champion of 2024, and there is another Fire Girl Cup announced for this month as well. So of course we're going to be all over that once we do get around to it. But that does lead us into the Sunrise Cup 2024 Grand Finals.
In the first one in a very long time, where the finalists have Roman names.
I was going to say people that we know. True.
No, we know a lot of these people.
Yeah,
we knew a few of these others. We knew Flight Rice, I think, was one of the guys back in one of the last Sunrise Cups who won. We knew Wintergord. And Earfish, I think, was the name of another guy.
Was Ear? Yeah, singular. True.
Yeah, Ear, just one.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. There was Mandarin Orange.
No, they were winning.
No, they were winning oranges.
Yeah, we're winning oranges.
They were navel oranges, not Mandarin oranges.
They were.
I didn't realize you could grow navel oranges in southern China. I think is where the oranges were from. I don't know.
There you go. I want to get in on that, by the way. I want to play in a tournament with some
farming?
oranges.
Oh,
no, just winning oranges in tournaments.
I thought you were gonna be like, I'm gonna start a farm out in the outback. I'm gonna grow emus.
And they're gonna lay oranges. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how we farm oranges here in the outback. Yeah. As we had the end of year event for the Sunrise Cup, and as you mentioned, Lancer coming in as the heavy favorites. And despite that, though, we saw some other big names facing off. Young Zest versus Nanami. We had Oriana. I feel like it's been a long time since we've seen Oriana pop off. Like Oriana, he was, I want to say, at his peak, 2023, maybe beginning of 2024. Oriana, he kind of fell off a little bit. He wasn't as active. He was playing in some of these Sunrise Cups with no major results until here.
Yeah, he was saving it all for the end of the year.
Exactly. It was just building up his power, before sending it all out here in the end of the year. I also just realized these are not best of threes; these are all best of fives. Jesus, that's a hefty bracket.
I'm surprised that they didn't go full EWC or Masters Coliseum and have the semis be best of sevens and the finals best of 9.
True.
But I guess they were running out of time towards the end of the night, so
I'm sure they were. But really intense tournament here. Lemon took down John Noah Loves. I would have favored Lemon over Oriana, but Oriana, he pops off, takes down Lemon. Very impressive. And even took Lancer to a series here, taking 2 maps off of him. Very impressive. Like, I do rate Lancer quite highly, especially like in current StarCraft. So for Oriana to fight against him, to take maps, it's good stuff.
Yeah. I do think that now that Oliveira's retiring, the best Chinese player is, I would say, Lancer. I think Coffee is a close second, but he hasn't been as active as Lancer recently, so it's hard to tell. It's kind of a race between those two.
Yeah, I mean, we recently casted Lancer versus Coffee. It was in the Masters Coliseum regional qualifiers. They did face off in the qualifying match, and Lancer did defeat him. So yeah, he has recently shown his prowess over Coffee as well. So yeah, I would agree. I would say Lancer is the number 1 player, and Yeah, so for Rihanna to take 2 maps off of him, it's impressive. Good stuff.
Finally, it's been a long time coming, but we finally have a best player from their region who is a dad.
I mean, Dark is I would say he's the best Zerg player in South Korea. Yeah,
He's a Zerg
it's
player. All
close.
right, all right.
Yeah. I gotta add that
Okay,
little
okay,
caveat to it.
okay. You
Yeah.
could argue that at different points of the past few years he was the number
Uh-huh.
one Korean player. Okay, I'll
Was
give you
was
that.
was there a
But you
could we
had the
ever?
twin.
Uh-huh.
It's like you have the Trinity in Korea for like the past 2 or 3 years who were Maru, Dark, and Hero for each race,
Mhm.
right? So
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
Could we ever try to like rationale our way into saying that Jaime was ever like the best player in Latin America? Can,
Yes.
can we say that? Can we
He-
say that? Well, Juanito,
I
he
think
left,
we can because
right?
exactly Juanito left,
Uh-huh.
and then
Yeah.
Cham
Uh-huh.
went to Brazil,
Uh-huh.
stayed in the root house in Brazil
Yeah.
for a while. So Jaime
Okay. Uh-huh.
wasn't a dad yet when this was happening.
Nah, that's
You
fine.
know
It's
what?
fine.
Once you become a dad, you retroactively have always been a dad.
He's
I'm
always
pretty
been a
sure
dad.
that's how it works. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Exactly. Shout out to Omade Jaime, by the way. Oh my god, like it's crazy. I can't believe it's been a couple of years. Like his kid is growing up. It's wild. Like it's
True.
it's walking around. No, saying words.
Pretty soon he'll be able to. Pretty soon he'll be able to ask if Zerg is a good race.
And Jaime, are you going to lie to the poor child? What are you gonna do? Jaime? What are you gonna? I think we all know the answer. He's gonna tell him to play Protoss. Oh no, Jaime. Feels bad, man. Who said that recently? Was it Dark that said that recently in regards to his daughter, where people asked him what races is his daughter going to play, and he said something like, I want my daughter to live like a free life, like comfortable, so play Protoss.
You say recently. This was like a year ago when Dark first became a dad. It was his interview with Talon just afterwards, where they were like, what advice would you give your daughter if she wanted to start playing StarCraft? And then he said, oh no, they asked him, what race would your daughter play? And then he said, well, I really, really, really want her to play Zerg. But logically, I would have to say, my heart says Zerg, but my brain says she should play Protoss.
There you go.
And then and then there was also the story that Lancer was telling us where he didn't have the same thing, but he was like, when his son started watching StarCraft, it was around the time where Cyril and Raynor were like winning everything. Cyril, Raynor, Rogue, and Sue were like winning everything, and so someone was like, "Is Zerg good?" And Lancer was like, "Well, good is subjective. They win a lot." And then Lancer's son was like, "All right, I'm playing Zerg now." And then Lancer was like, "No."
No.
He was like, I don't want to restrict my son. He has to make his own choices, but secretly I'm also mega disappointed.
We'll get those. So soon TM Jaime is gonna have his kid competing and playing in StarCraft. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. This
is a tangent, but I feel like it's a very Korean dad thing to tell their kids to play Protoss. Because I remember there was another video a while back that went viral. Some Korean streamer who never played StarCraft before, but her dad played StarCraft, so she called her dad up on stream. I was like, "Hey dad, what race should I play?" And then he was like, "Oh, you should play Protoss because Protoss is easy."
Yeah. I remember this clip. This wasn't from this was from like a couple of years ago. Yeah, I do remember. God, it's
he was like, and I remember the funniest part was she was like, Zerg looks really cool though. What do you think of Zerg? And he just kept saying, "Oh, Terran is really hard. You need to really get used to things to play Terran." And she's like, "But what about Zerg, Dad?" And then he's like, Terran, you need good mechanics. You need to know the build orders. He's like, and then she's like, but Zerg know that." And he just kept going. It's like, you watch these players like Flash, like Boxer. You gotta get like really good before you can get good with. You need to familiarize yourself before you can really play Terran.
Look, he's just trying to do what's best. Okay, it's fine. But But with that, we do actually get into some more of our show matches here outside of just the Sunrise Cup. We have the super events. We have the Super StarCraft Global number 9, which does feature a set of Korean players here. Once again, a bit of a longer format, best of 5 semis into a best of 7 grand finals.
Yeah, it was not the show match. Well, arguably a type of show match, but it wasn't a typical Super 7 show match format that we have. It's something that they do every once in a while. Is they invite 4 players and have them in a bracket.
Yeah, and we had Shin pop off. Shin, he took down Cure 3-1. Shin took down Gumiho 4-1 as well. I mean, I feel like we've, sung the praises of Shin already here, especially in the off season of EPT, where Shin, he has kind of taken the mantle of Dark, especially nowadays at Dark. He has taken a bit of a step back from competing. He isn't as active as he used to be. And in the absence of Dark Shin, he has been stepping it up.
Yeah, stepping it up hard. Like you mentioned, taking out Gumiho, and this is Gumiho who is hot just won Home Story Cup, just beat some of the absolute best players in the world at Home Story Cup. Shin dropped one map, but other than that, was just dominant this series by the looks of things.
Oh yeah, exactly. So GG will played to Shin, Gumiho, and Trap, where they also went to the ace match as well. Was a closer series between the two of them. Of course, this show match was held over on the Super platform, as is the case with most, if not all, of these Super show matches, and we're going to be going through a lot of them, so you can check them out over on that respective channel. But congratulations to Shin for coming out on top in the Super StarCraft Global number 9, and that is followed a little bit more recently by the Super StarCraft Global number 10.
Funny how sequences work like that, and
it's crazy.
We go from 9 to 10. One
Yeah.
more. Oh,
yeah, that's math.
But yeah, this one was also another bracket format. It was another 4-player invitational, and we were talking about how Shin looked dominant in the last one. This time, he did go down to Creator.
Yeah, Creator, he has been popping off as of late. I mean, we'll be getting to the LiuLi League results soon thereafter, but yeah, for Creator to take down Shin, it went all the way to the ace match, went all the way to game 5, was a very clutch back and forth between the two of them. Actually, looking at the results, Creator, he pulled off a reverse sweep. He was down 0-2, and then he won 3 games back to back to back.
Yeah. It's that power of the mountain, yeah.
There you go. Unfortunately, it looks like maybe Creator harnessed all that power, and Bjorn did not. As Bjorn did go down to Hero 3-1, and Hero looking dominant here in these show matches to bring down Bjorn and to bring down Creator as well. Hero not dropping many maps whatsoever, so very impressive stuff. Hero, of course, showing and proving to us all that there's a reason why he's the best Protoss in South Korea.
Yeah. His PvP has, always been phenomenal. His PvT has historically also been very, very good. I do feel like there were a couple of months recently where it's looked a little bit shaky, but I do feel like Hero, it has recently gotten that back in form. Especially beating Bjorn, who may not necessarily be the best TVP player, but there was a period in time, about a year ago or 2 years ago, where there was this narrative forming where Hero was, without a doubt, the best PvT player in the world at that point. The one player he could never beat was Bjorn. Because Bjorn's playstyle just pretty much directly countered anything, everything Hero liked doing.
Yeah, it's just such a unique style, but that was quite some time ago, and here he has been able to acclimate to Just, of course, and in the end did win the show match. In the end, did take down Creator, did take down Bjorn, so very impressive stuff there, very impressive performance out of Hero. That leads us into the Super 7s 24. These are the more straight up head-to-head show matches instead. Unfortunately, these show matches, they don't feature the stylistic interpretations that some of the other show matches do for the LiuLi Cup. These are a little bit more, they're a little bit more professional. They actually crop their images properly, and there's nothing kind of jagged, kind of like poking out.
I was so sad when they actually drew something for Big LiuLi Cup.
God, yeah. How dare they? How could they just like take that away from
How
us? You know,
dare they? They
what they
actually like commission an artist to like create a logo for them. It's like,
exactly.
mate, just do it yourself. Could save so much money.
Oh no. But with that, we did
I
have a best
mean,
of 7.
how do you know they commissioned an artist and it wasn't just like guy from production just
True, it could be in
scribbling it?
house. You know, well, because it looks
True.
good. That's how I know.
That's subjective. That's subjective. But
Well.
but with that, we had our best of 7 here between Shin and Ryung. Actually, okay. I mean, Shin again. We have been seeing him perform quite well. We just saw him take down Gumiho and Kyor in those ZVTs, and does take down Ryung as well. There was a bit of a back and forth though, and I do appreciate that Ryung was able to make a series out of that, regardless.
Yeah, I do think that TVZ is Ryung's weakest matchup. So looking at this on paper, I've been worried for Ryung. I honestly wouldn't really have expected much from him, but like you said, he was able to turn it around and make a little bit of a series out of it.
Oh, sure. I do agree. I do think I do rate obviously Ryung's TVT quite highly, and even his TVP, we've seen him pop off. We've seen Ryung have some killer Terran versus Protoss matchups as well. But yeah, I do agree. I do echo that his TVZ is what he needs to work on a little bit more, or what is his kind of weakest point. And with that, Shin does take the series. That leads us into a more classic best of 7 though, in Super 7 number 25.
There's one thing before moving on, I just realized. We were talking about the graphic. This is the old Vitality jersey, Supers. They updated. They got a new one that's blue.
Yeah? What's going on?
What's going on?
Yeah. Mate, if you're gonna, pay someone to make a graphic like this, it's gotta be up to date.
Yeah. Just crop it, if you have to.
Just Photoshop the face on. It's fine.
Yeah.
Let's do it. But with that,
yeah.
that
More
leads us
classic
into
show match.
Yeah, Super 7's number 25. It's been too long. We used to see this every single week, and nowadays less so because, again, as we mentioned, Dark has been less active as of late, has alluded to soon conducting his own military service. But despite that, they were able to bring him back for a best of 7 against Dark and Hero.
Yes, the classic rivalry from about 2 years ago. I say 2 years ago. It started about 2 to 3 years ago, and then it just lasted until basically EWC last year.
Yeah.
Dark and Hero were neck and neck. A couple of podcasts ago, I mean, this would have been like 2 months ago at this point, we were talking about the ESL Open Cup analytics. Is that the right word? The article that Wax Angel wrote, just going through all of the data and all of the matches of the ESL Open Cups. Dark and Hero literally right next to each other in those standings in pretty much every metric, in terms of prize money won, in terms of finals, in terms of wins as well. They were the two players who it felt like they faced each other more often than anyone else.
Oh yeah, and they did. They did definitely. They were at least a more modern equivalent of your Clement Max packs every single European tournament, where they always would face off against each other. Here, Hero and Dark would always face off as well. As you mentioned, it wasn't until this year. It wasn't until EWC, or I guess I should say the off season, right? The off season that we're currently in, where Dark, he did kind of take a step back. That's why we were talking about how Shin has kind of risen up instead as a much more active Zerg player. So that's why it's great to see these two face off here once again in this best of 7, and what better way to end it as well, as it went all the way to the ace match. I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Yeah, without a doubt. They went all the way to the ace match. I don't think that series lasted too long, if I'm being honest. This is Dark and Hero we're talking about. It went all the way to the ace match. It would have lasted maybe half an hour tops.
Yeah, I was thinking half an hour as well, 100%.
They know each other. They know each other so well that they're just willing to rush anything at each other's way.
No, yeah. Dark and Hero, they're animals. They're animals, especially against each other, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it every single time. They're disgusting. But always a lot of fun seeing those two face off. Hero did take it in the end. I mean, Hero historically does have a slightly winning record against Dark, despite their back and forth history between each other. So it does take it in the end. And yeah, I mean, this might even be the last time they face off against each other. You know, we'll see how many more events Dark competes in. I wouldn't be opposed to bringing him back for another show match like this. Regardless, great to see this coming into the new year, coming into 2025.
Yeah. Good start for Hero.
For sure, for sure. Meanwhile, that led us into the Super 7 number 26, and this also went all the way to the Ace match. And this is another very fun series to see. I didn't quite get into it earlier. We were talking about how there were some players that we were alluding to, you know, stats and alluding to DRG and some of the players that otherwise were inactive nowadays and don't really compete, and they're waiting for announcements from EWC. Bunny is also a player that disappeared alongside them, that wasn't playing in anything after EWC until the beginning of December, or I want to say maybe even halfway through December, where suddenly Bunny he popped up and he started playing again, like quite regularly in all these weeklies.
Yeah. Was a lot of like you said, speculation over Bunny just because of that disappearance. You know, Bunny, he has been looking really good in these past couple of ever since 2022. I would say Bunny has been on the up and up, but that big championship trophy has always kind of eluded him, and so he unfortunately wasn't able to qualify for EWC, which I'm sure kind of demotivated. Wait, let me double check that real quick. I don't remember him at EWC, but yeah, it's possible that he was feeling a little bit demotivated after that, as I guess a lot of players were as well. But yeah, something changed recently, and he's just been a lot more active. Potentially something to do with the team. I would imagine. I feel like him becoming a lot more active kind of coincides with Rogue getting a lot of results, and also Solar kind of becoming a bit more active recently as well.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say, you know, what did bring him back, but it's great to see him back nonetheless. I remember seeing this before, but basically, Bunny, the last time he played was in July. Which was the EWC qualifier. And he failed, as you mentioned, he failed to qualify for EWC. And since July, he was MIA until December. So like 6 months. He was complete. He just did not play a single thing for 6 entire months. That's why I remember at the time I was concerned that maybe he had just quietly retired. But yeah, specifically in December he came back and he's been very active and looking quite good. And even though he didn't take down Solar in the series to go to the Ace match against Solar, I mean, again, that just goes to show that Bunny, again, he is competing, he is practicing, he is improving, and yeah, it's quite impressive to see him go to the Ace match against, you know, a player that didn't disappear like he did.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it didn't disappear. He took a break, Solar, but he always kept us informed during his. He always kept us kept in touch during his break. He always told us about how much what he was up to, how he was avoiding Protoss.
Yeah, 100% here. And yeah, with that, Bunny was able to force the Ace match. Solar does take it in the end, and that leads us into.
Yeah.
Go on.
I just wanted to say congratulations to Solar for winning the Falcon fight.
That's don't make. You don't have to make noise. It's fine. Does win it in the end. That leads us into the Basilisk Big Brain Bounce number 79. I believe the final Big Brain Bounce of 2024.
What's the theme this time?
Oh, that is a good question. Yeah. I mean, there's a little bit of maybe like a Poland theme going on. You know, I see Piotr, I see Mana as well. I see some Italian. You know, I see Raynor and his brother, Raynor and Baby Marine also here as well. So there's definitely some threads that you can try to connect here. I do see.
Potentially.
What else do you see, Yaku?
Let's see. I see dead people. No,
I see a lot of Protoss actually. I just realized, I was curious. I was like, I'm pretty sure Raynor he off race. He did.
Yep.
Raynor did off race his Protoss in game 1 against Spirit.
Yeah, which means that there was Protoss in each and every one of these matches.
Yeah, okay. I see you. So there was definitely some kind of thread here, but regardless, we did have 4 matches. We had Wingit up against SW Pro. Wingit did take the series 3-2-1 in that best of 5. Likewise, we also in the lead up to the big main event, we had Babe Marine up against UED Soldier, a 3-0 score. Very impressive here by Babe Marine, able to take down UED Soldier. And then we had a matchup between Mana and Young Yakov. And again, we have been praising Mana as of late for his return to competitive play. Mana has been on fire, and Mana takes him down 3-1. Impressive.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have quite a bit to say about Mana as as we get into some of these other tournaments. Oh, we're gonna have a lot to talk about with regards regarding Mana. A lot of congratulations.
Yeah, Mana, he's been
yeah.
he's been looking really good as of late. I mean, I feel like a broken record a little bit, but it is, I want to say, over the past month, ever since December, like during the off season, Mana, he has been competing quite a lot, improving quite a lot, and has been getting some very impressive results.
Yeah, it was just he got promoted to player manager. I feel like that's what it was. He got promoted to player manager, and then he was like, "How can I manage these players if I can't beat them?"
True,
And so he just kept
exactly.
going. So he just kept practicing. It was like, "All right, you have anything to say about my management style, Clem, or Cure,
no.
or a laser?"
Oh no, he's beating everyone. No, at least from what I've seen from my perspective, it does look like ever since Mana, I want to say 2022, 2023, Mana, he has been a lot less active. He wasn't really playing in too much, wasn't really getting too many amazing results. But specifically this year, there was something that Mana was really active in, and that was the return of certain show matches, the return of Stormgate. Stormgate coming into early access, they hosted a lot of events. Mana was all over that. He was all over kind of like the initial hype of those show matches and tournaments. Mana started streaming a lot, started competing more, started getting a lot of traction on his own personal channel. And once Stormgate died down, at least from what it seems to me, it feels like maybe Mana, maybe that's what it took to motivate him again, right? Like he was like, oh, like it's fun competing, fun playing these RTSs, and you know what? I miss StarCraft. And then he just dove headfirst back into StarCraft in the most recent months, and yeah, it definitely has shown that he's been dedicating a lot more time and improving a lot more as well.
Yeah. I feel like I miss StarCraft is a pretty common sentiment amongst a lot of people who played Stormgate.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things where like you don't know what you're missing until it's gone, right? And it's maybe one of those things that Mana needed to kind of again like reinvigorate that passion, reinvigorate that fire within him. And yeah, it's been great to see Mana's growth over the past month. I mean, I think even in the previous podcast we were pointing out these big results that he was taking out players like Estrella, he was taking out players like Trigger, like Mana was just taking on some big names in these big open cups. So yeah, it's been great to see his growth. And I mean, beating Young Yakov, it's impressive as well.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. And that, of course, leads us into Reigner versus Spirit, which was a little bit more one-sided here in the series.
Yeah, I do feel like Reigner did want to try his off race a little bit, played Protoss, but then remembered that, or was very quickly reminded of the fact that Spirit has some of the absolute best TVP in the world. So immediately after that, switched back to Zerg, and took the next 3 games in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that could be indicative of things to come here, which is Spirit taking down Reigner's Protoss. We can definitely dive into that in the upcoming events. But in the end, as you mentioned, the Reigner did take it, so congratulations. Does take down Spirit in that final main event. And that led us into the Wardy TV Christmas Invitational, which I believe we were halfway through at the time before we went on break. Yeah, I think we had, in the previous podcast, we had gone over the entirety of the group stage, and I think the playoffs were about to begin. Yeah, because we had predictions. We predicted the groups.
What did I predict?
I don't remember.
What did you predict?
That's a good question, Bobby. That's a good question.
Well, I can make some guesses of what I think I would have predicted.
I'm pretty sure you went. Oh god. For the Wardy TV Christmas Invitational, I'm pretty sure you went. I think you said Piotr and Trigger actually for Group A.
That makes
I
sense. I feel like I would. That
I
I'm
remember you
looking
saying
at this
Piotr.
group, and that I remember I'm looking at this group, and I know 100% that's the two players I'm rooting for hardest there. So
There you go.
I feel like I would have said that. Yeah.
For sure, for sure. I think B. I think you went Clem Yun. I want to say. I think we were in unison for that one.
Yeah, either Clem Björn or I feel like I don't know if I had the same sentiment back then, but looking at it now, I would feel like I would have either gone Clem Björn or Clem Mana.
For sure, for sure.
I'm not sure.
For group,
I'm not sure if I felt the same way back like 3 weeks ago.
For sure, for sure. For Group C, I think you went for the tuna. I think you had to go for the
100.
tuna.
Yeah, obviously, obviously I go for Young.
100%.
Who's the other one? I feel like I could have predicted for any of the other three.
Yeah, for sure. I think you settled on Max Packs.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Group D. I remember distinctly going for Nikita. I went for Nikita on that one. I think you went Gumi Shin. And I think I went. I either went Shin Skillus or
I would have 100% gone for Gumiho. Yeah, it's the other one who I'm not sure I would have gone for.
For sure. But yeah, with that we had the Christmas. We have the Christmas Cup going on here, the Christmas Invitational, of course. Some big results coming in. Spirit looking, I remember he impressed us. He impressed us quite a bit here to make it out in first place in Group A. You spoke about his PvT, his TVP even, and that is definitely something that he did rely upon here. Did go down to Hero, but took a map off of Hero nonetheless. Took down Trigger and took down Rogue as well. Rogue having a bit of a harder time here in this group.
Yeah.
And look at the scoreline as well. I remember this. I think we rated Trigger as he was playing at his group, and I remember the first series was Trigger versus Hero, and Trigger beat Hero, and we were like, "Oh, congrats on beating Hero!" And we were like giving him praise, and he beat him.
Yeah,
but he didn't make it through.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I went Spirit Trigger on this one. So sad.
Yeah, he played well. Like, look at the three-way tie: Spirit, Hero, and Trigger. Like 2-1, all around. So close.
Just one map off. Oof.
For sure. We had Clem and Björn making it through as well. Shout out to Mana, of course, for taking down a Laser 2-0. Again, Laser, he's busy playing with Infernals. So Mana does take that. Coming into Group C, we had Max Pax and Hearthstone. Very impressive there by Hearthstone. If you remember, I've recently been giving Hearthstone more props here because I feel like for a long time he's been kind of floating under the radar a little bit more. But in recent times, Hearthstone has been getting better results. He's been taking down some big names. Like this is very impressive.
He's been taking down Solar.
Yeah.
You mentioned your map off of Max Packs over here.
Yeah. Took a map of Max Packs as well. So very impressive stuff there out of Hearthstone. That leads us. That leads us into Group D, where Gumiho and Skillus did make it through. I remember we had high hopes for Shin. For good reason. Shin has been looking quite impressive as of late, but Shin did struggle here in this group. He went down to Skillus and he went down to Gumiho without taking maps.
Oof. Gumiho was looking absolutely fantastic. Has been looking absolutely fantastic recently. So, I guess. Is Shin losing to Gumiho isn't too surprising. Him losing without taking a map, though, that's a surprising thing. Him going down to Skillus 0-2 as well, I would say is a little bit of an upset, but also was potentially a bit of a little bit of foreshadowing of the actual playoff bracket itself, where we had Skillus making it all the way to the finals.
Yeah, we had a lot of PvP, TVT, and PvTs here. Jesus.
No Zerg players made it through, which
no. This is Home Story Cup 2.0. Let's go. As Skillus does take down Max Pax 2-1. Yes. Impressive performance there out of Skillus. Max Pax is known for having the best PvP in the world, but Skillus brings him down in the best of 3.
Absolutely. He takes out Max Pax in the PvP, and then immediately in the next round, he takes out Spirit 2-0 in a PvT. And once again, I mentioned this a little while ago. Spirit has absolutely one of the best, if not the best, TVP in Europe. maybe second behind Clem. He is a monster in that matchup, and Skillus just took him down without dropping a single map.
Yeah, impressive play there by Skillus. Spirit did take down Beyond to make it to the semifinals as well, so that I would also say is very impressive. Like typically, I feel like Spirit and Gabe, their TVT is a little bit lacking at times, and the Korean Terrans usually have them beat there, but not this time, not in this Christmas Invitational. So very impressive there by Spirit to make it to the semifinals. Likewise, we had Hero popping up.
Yeah.
Hero, he takes down Gumiho 2-1, went to the ace match, and he takes down Clem 2-1 as well.
Yeah, goes to the ace match, goes all the way to win the grand finals. So, a shout out to Hero there, and shout out to Hero and Skillus not just for making it to the finals, but also for preventing a Max Pax Clem finals.
True. I'm pretty sure that's something that we predicted as well. I think we said we posed the
we were
question.
both adamant. We were both
Uh-huh.
very certain that we would not get a Max Pax Clem finals.
True.
I don't think we were confident enough to say neither of them will make it through. But I think we were both in agreement it wasn't going to be Max Pax versus Clem.
I think we both assumed that Clem would make it through, but I think we assumed that yeah, as you mentioned, it wouldn't be Max Pax and Clem in the finals, and I mean it wasn't. But yeah, for Hero to pop off, crazy stuff here, very impressive. I mean, again, Hero, he is the best Protoss in South Korea. He's one of the best Protoss players in the world, and it's really great. It's really good to see that Skillus is also rising the ranks as well. I feel like for a long time, Skillus has been the number 3 Protoss in Europe, behind Max Pax and behind Showtime. But I want to say that in recent times, Skillus has been closing that gap. Not necessarily saying that he has, surpassed either Showtime or Max Pax, but has been making it more competitive against them and against all the other top players in Europe.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you were talking about the top 2 Protoss players in Europe being Max Pax and Showtime. For a very long while, even though Europe is full of Protoss players, it felt like there was a huge rift, right, between Showtime and Max Pax and everyone else. Recently, Skillus, he's getting up into that same tier level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I wanna believe that Mana as well will be getting there pretty soon, but maybe we'll keep our eye out in another couple months.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for him on 100%. That does lead us into the Woody TV Christmas Eve games, where Christmas Eve there were a set of show matches that were held. We had Cure versus Nightmare in a best of 5. What I will say here is it's great to see Nightmare once again, because Nightmare, he has been taking some time off. It's not like he's been completely disappeared, but he has been less active than he used to be, say, in November or October.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt like he was competing in a lot of the online weeklies in October and November. He was really impressive by us. He really rounded off his PvT and his PvP, which were the 2 matchups that I think were the ones that really impressed us. He was taking out players like Bjorn, like Bjorn, like Oliveira, etc., like Cure, etc. So we were really impressed. But then took a little bit of a break during the festive season, but I came back to playing the show match against Cure, and unfortunately wasn't able to take him out, but made a series out of it.
Yeah, made a series out of it in the end, went all the way to the ace match. Speaking of ace matches, we actually had a lot of ace matches in in these show matches. We had a PVZ between a Laser and Estrella actually went all the way to game 5 as well. Went all the way to the ace match. Estrella did win it in the end, but was a close match nonetheless. I'm curious how those matches played out, definitely, but shout out to Max Angel for coming out on top.
Yeah. Moving on beyond that, we had another PvT between Spirit and Hearthstone. That Spirit. Yeah. That also went all the way to the ace match. Spirit actually reverse swept this time.
Yeah, so impressive stuff here out of Hearthstone. We mentioned it, how Hearthstone, he has been getting better and better results, and for him to go to the ace match against Spirit, considering the form that Spirit is in at the moment, is very impressive. Again, it does feel like over the past couple of years, Hearthstone has been focusing a little bit more on content creation, but over the past 6 months, I would say that Hearthstone has been definitely leveling up and definitely improving his play. It's been great to see that growth out of Hearthstone. Great to see him be competitive here with the other top players of his respective region, and did well here. Did very well.
Yeah. And then we have Bunny V Trap, which didn't
I would say that I mean, this is impressive, right? Because I feel like Trap, we've seen more from him recently, right? He's been looking more and more in form. Bunny only recently came back, in the beginning of December. So from Bunny to 3-0, that's crazy. That's a
Yeah.
statement.
Yeah, it's got that Falcon energy.
He does. He got that bird in him.
What I want to know behind these matchups specifically is what's the story behind them, Morty? Like why are we getting these players specifically against each other? What's the
Exactly, because
beef? What's the beef?
you don't
Where's
just
the
make these
drama?
show matches without a story, without a reason, right? Like that's why the most memorable Bassa show matches are when we see, a theme, right? Like that's
Yeah.
that's what brings it all together. If there's no theme, what's going on? Wardy? Oh god. As that leads us into the Wardy TV Christmas Day Games 2024. Okay, we had another bracket system set up here with a best of fives leading into a best of 7 grand finals. Jesus.
Oh. Yeah, it was more of an invitational this time, but like you said, not a show match. And finals were probably about what we expected. Looks like Clem did get his revenge on Hero here in the semis.
Yeah, so Clem, he gets his revenge. Hero is still 3-0 Gumiho, which is very impressive, by the way. So Hero takes down Gumiho. Clem takes down Solar. Clem gets his revenge over Hero. And we find out that it is not going to be a Clem versus Max Packs finals. Looking at this bracket, I definitely would have assumed that, I could definitely see either Shin or Dark bringing down Max Pax. In the end, it was Shin. Shin with a 3-1 over Max Pax does knock him out. And then he had his own intense ZVZ against Dark, which did actually go to the ace match.
Yeah. You see how well Shin does now that I purged the name of that map from my memory.
I know what you're saying. Dynasty.
Now that
Yeah.
Dynasty is off the map pool.
True. Is coincidence? Is there a reason for this? I wonder why. He's so it's probably just a coincidence, really. There's no correlation there, right?
Yeah.
Animal.
Yeah.
God damn it. And Dark took
But
down
in the
Beyond,
end,
of
we
course,
do
in the
have-
first
yeah.
round. Good.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, Dark did take Beyond in the first round in a full-on sweep, 3-0. Had that very intense series against Shin, and then but in the end did go down to Clem, 4-2.
Yeah, impressive stuff there. I mean, we have seen Dark and Clem go back and forth. We've seen Dark defeat Clem, we've seen Clem defeat Dark. Here in this best of 7, Clem did get the better of him. Very impressive here. And yeah, it's just great to see more of Dark coming in towards the end of 2024. Congratulations to Clem for becoming the Christmas champion. And shout out to Dark
He
for
won
getting that
Christmas.
runner-up spot. He did. He saved Christmas, if you will.
Oh,
There you go. It was the Terran that saved Christmas, and yeah, congratulations. Oh, a pretty nice prize pool as well behind this. Was a $2,000 prize pool, so very impressive play there from our competitors. In the end, Clem does take it. That leads us into our own Duckling showdown, as you mentioned.
Yes,
It's been a couple of years since we've had our annual showdown. It's been a while.
yes, but now we've returned with the greatest StarCraft 2 event of the year.
Oh yeah. This is you get everything you're looking for here. We got some Korea on Korea action. We got some NA action. Europa. We have StarCraft Evolution as well. We have storylines. We have drama. We have a therapy session. We have banter in the chats where we have the two players just yelling at each other. We had an impromptu best of 9 where the series ended, but the players they just kept going. They didn't want to stop. They just wanted to keep playing games. That was meant to be a best of 5. I don't know what happened there.
They didn't hear no bell.
They didn't hear no bell. Jimmy just kept pounding away. Oh no.
Just kept pounding away all night long.
Oh no, not like this. So If you missed out, we recommend the VODs. First things first, if you are maybe a newer viewer of the channel, you may not be familiar, but the Duckling Showdown used to be an annual event that we did host back in the day.
Mhm.
We had one for 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. One of the reasons why this did slowly die out is one, I mean, we did have less funding, so we had less resources to, of course, spend on the show matches. That is one thing. But of course, the other is that we were investing quite heavily into our pro team at the time, into our NA roster competing in WTL, so we didn't quite have as many resources to invest into these end of year show matches.
Yeah. I was trying to remember what they were, and we all try to theme it around something usually. So usually around patterns or storylines. If I say that word solely to make Seal cringe, if he's still watching. Any patterns or storylines that we picked up on over the years. I remember the first one that we did was very impromptu. It was literally just amateur players who played a lot in STO. We organized something together for them. 2018, it was the, I think, Duckling versus Alpha X series that we had. Right, it was called Psionic Aftermath still back then.
Yes.
And then I think 2019 we had Southeast Asia versus Latin America, and then 2020. No, wait. Oh, was it 2021? Wait,
No,
was it
2018 was when we did have a show match for each of our tournaments. I believe we had like an SDO show match,
right.
an MSO show match, and we had a GPO show match, if you remember, because
Yes.
Demi was the shark. He was winning everything, and we did invite Probe to have a show match against Demi at best of 5. And that was when Probe was like,
in GPO,
yeah, he was like, what is GPO? What's going
yeah.
on? And Demi, he 3-0'd the hell out of him, by the way.
Yes.
To take him down.
Okay, I remember that now. 2020 was our Latin America versus Southeast Asia, the one that Mio Micah infamously took out Cham, and both of them have been have been revving up for a rematch ever since.
Yeah, we
It
featured
will not stop
Jaime.
pounding me, yeah.
Yeah, we featured Jaime as well, and
Versus
yeah, it was just a
Bender,
very fun to bring all these matches together here.
20
2021, as you mentioned, was kind of like an in-house tournament where we did feature all the Ducklings to face off against each other to crown the biggest Duckling of all.
Yeah, Eric ended up winning that. He took out Starduck in the finals.
Yeah. I mean,
I had
Eric,
to
he went down
for a
to.
while because I had to reach for a while because I was like, was he around back then, or was he already consumed by Hearthstone Battlegrounds?
This is before the dark times of the Hearthstone
Oh.
Battlegrounds. This is back when Starduck actually played the game. It was crazy.
Oof.
Yeah, it was a really fun show down there in 2021, and now we're back with 2024, and the theme that we had here was to try to cover some different aspects of the CranKy Ducklings. Of course, we had the StarCraft Evolution show match, which went all the way to the Ace match. This was a very fun event, and I had the luxury of being joined by Yaku as you cast this alongside me.
I remember when we were in the planning stage of all of this, where we were still thinking, okay, who should we have for a show match? I remember SC Evo was something you really were pushing for.
Yeah.
And
I just wanted to make you cast
SC Evo was a big. SC Evo, I think, was a really huge development in this year, not just for the CranKy Ducklings channel, but overall for the scene. We've had a lot of. We had the SC Evo League, we had a lot of SC Evo show matches. It was just huge, and of course, we had the pleasure to cover the SC Evolution League, so it only felt natural to be able to have at least one SC Evo show match, and it was just a matter of figuring out who was going to play in it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We did host it between 3-Point and Hot Mono, went all the way to the Ace match. Honestly, after the first 2 games, I thought it was going to be a little bit more of a wash here because 3-Point, he was looking very strong and very dominant. But on the more unorthodox maps, Hot Mono, he brought it back on Monty Hall, on Troy towards the end.
Here's the thing. You thought it was going to be a wash. You forgot that Hot Mono hasn't showered.
Exactly. He doesn't wash. He is the unwashed. Oh no. Not like this. And with that Homono with the reverse sweep takes down 3.3-2. I do recommend the VODs. Was a lot of fun, especially on a lot of these otherwise or in this mod in StarCraft Evolution. There's a very different vibe, a very different dynamic between Terran and Zergs. It was a great thing to embrace.
Yeah. A lot of small battles. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, a lot of small battles, and not just that, but like the certain army compositions are cheaper, so you get a lot more
Yeah.
engagements, especially from the Brood War Zerg side of things, right? Like Ling Hydra is a lot more
Hydra, yeah.
cheaper, so you get like a lot more engagements, a lot more fights, and they just keep going, and they just don't stop, and it's crazy. So yeah, it definitely has a different pace to regular like SE2 ZBT.
Yeah. Just keeps on going.
Keeps on
Non-stop
going.
throughout the night.
And
And
that
then,
led us into the European show match here. Both
yes.
Jumi and Iba, there is history between these two players, of course, star-crossed lovers, if you will, where throughout the course of the year, there were times when they were together, times when they were apart, and we forced them to come together here for the show
Yes, this was the one that felt very fitting. This is the one that I pushed for, actually.
match.
Just because I felt like this was one that had been
Mm,
building up
yeah.
specifically in the podcast.
Hmm.
It felt like every week we would cover some matches, whether it was King of the Hill, whether it was OSC Rising Star, whether it was, yeah, the 2v2 tournaments, and we noticed, wait a minute, what's going on here between Jumi and Eva?
Yeah. Where there was a period in time where they were together, they were competing in tournaments
2v2
together,
partners,
and they were doing well, and then there was a rift, there was a split, there was
a
something that came.
betrayal.
There was something that came between them, Fabi. Oh my god. And we had to bring them back together, and it was a lot of fun. And if you remember, there was a lot of banter.
A
There was
lot
a
of
lot of
banter in the
banter
chat, yeah.
between Jumi and Eva. They were at each other's
Hashtag,
throats.
what is it called? Riddy?
Oh no.
Something
Oh
about
no.
being ready. Riddy,
Uh-huh.
RTTY.
Uh-huh. For sure.
You
And
said, I said I was going to look up what it meant after the cast. I forgot to do that immediately.
it's fine. We don't need to know. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I do recommend the VODs, especially with their interactions and what was meant to be a best of 5 turned into suddenly a best of 9 for some reason. They both agreed to
It
that.
went
We had
from a
some
best of
off
5 to a
racing.
best of 7, and
Yeah,
then a
yeah.
best of 9.
Exactly. We got there in the end, and it was great. It was beautiful. That also led us into the NA show match as well between Australia and
Yes.
Trigger. Coming into this, both Australia and Trigger have been both improving a lot over the past year. But because Trigger has been in Korea, because Australia's been in the Americas, they haven't actually had the luxury of facing off against each other too often ever since rising up post EWC.
Yes, this was our final match in the evening. I mean, this took place during New Year's, so we wanted to,
Mm-hmm.
kind of align it a little bit. You have the Korean match a little bit before midnight in Korea. We have the EU match a little bit before midnight in Europe, and then we have the NA match way before midnight
True.
in the Americas. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, this was the final one that we had. A little bit less drama, shall we say, compared to the
Uh-huh.
EU match, but yeah, one that I personally was very curious about. This was honestly, Jumi versus Eva was amazing. 3-point
Mhm.
versus Homono was absolutely fantastic as well. But coming into this, I had one question on my mind, and that question was, who is the best player in North America right now?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I had to wait quite a while to get my answer, but in the end, we did manage to figure out that for now, it is Trigger.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think we would both agree that Trigger and Australia, they're top two. They're top two in the Americas, and Australia has been number one for quite some time. Trigger has been the rising talent for quite a number of years as well.
I would say ever since Neeb retired,
Yeah.
Australia just shot up immensely.
Yeah, he kind of took that mantle that Neve had kind of left vacant after his retirement. And Trigger, he has, again, we spoke about it, but ever since Trigger's been in South Korea, ever since he's been practicing and improving and training and devoting his time to StarCraft, he's been getting better and better results. We've seen that throughout the course of all these podcasts and the lead up to this podcast here, to this event. Australia has also been improving. They both did spend time in Korea this year. Trigger has stayed there though, and it does feel like Trigger's rate of improvement has been continuing here. I mean, is this one show match? Is this really indicative of everything? No, don't know if I can say that, but it's
online, so it's like
yeah, exactly. But regardless, Trigger, he has been improving a lot, and this also shows that and proves it as well. Like Trigger, he's been a beast as of late.
I will never forget that ley lines specifically, where because it was a 3-1 by Trigger in the end, but honestly, the score does not really reflect how close the series actually was overall. I remember Estrella pretty much had Trigger backed into a corner on ley lines, and then Trigger got one really good Purification Nova, which just immediately swung the pendulum back into his favor. It was insane.
Mhm. Oh yeah, the Novas were real, the disruptors as well. And with that, congratulations to Trigger. He does take it in the end. Trigger, Jumi, and Honmono able to be the 3 champions here for the Duckling Showdown. We were playing around with ideas for maybe some other show matches as well. I was definitely flirting with the idea of like a Polish show match between Cristiano and Geralt, but it's like they play all the time. Like it's
Yeah.
we
We don't really
wanted
need to settle a score or anything. It's
Yeah. They face off all the time. I was also playing with the idea of maybe like Shin versus Björn, where Shin has been really active in online tournaments, Björn has been really active as well. But at the same time, it's like, but they also play all the time. Like we wanted to have something a little bit different, and I'm pretty happy with our results. Pretty happy, content.
I think I was flirting with the idea of me versus you in our off races, me playing Zerg and you playing Terran.
There you go. The potential. No shot. But So
In
with that,
the end, we would get
congratulations.
that casted by Kuro.
Oh god. And in the end, Homono, Jimmy, and Trigger, they do take it in the end. They are our champions for the year, and we'll see you guys next year for the next Duckling Showdown. Again, depending on how the year turns out, we will try to construct these matches as best we can.
Yeah. So what you're saying is we need to start the narratives now. We need to get those storylines storying.
Exactly.
Linearly.
Exactly. I'll get Steel Mold to write it up.
Yeah.
As that does lead us into the OSC Elite Rising Star number 13. Now, this is an event that has been running for a couple months at this point, I'm pretty sure.
Before we move on to OSC, I just want to give a quick shout out to Babylings who gifted us 10 subs, and we also just got a raid from Thriving GG.
Hey.
Oh my god. I do apologize. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the gifted subs in the chat. Baby links to you, Thermal, to Dave Vinyl, to Bappy. Oh my god, there's a Pappy in there. Yeah. Psychora as well. Wooden Tiger. Thank you so much, Babelings, for the support. Thank you.
Oh Hearts in the chat. Yes, we can buy so much instant noodles with those subs.
Exactly. So thank you so much for the gifted subs. We do appreciate it. Likewise, shout out to Thriving GG for the raid as well. Hope you guys had a great stream. Hope you guys had a great ladder session as well. Do apologize, we were just a little bit engrossed in the news of StarCraft and catching up on all these events that we missed out on. So I do apologize for the late shout outs, but thank you so much for Babylings, and thank you so much for Thriving GG as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Pew 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 pew. Much appreciated.
Much appreciated. Oh, I see Steelmo. Oh, we summoned him. He was summoned by the storylines. Beautiful.
Storylines will be storied linearly, yeah.
They will. Just the way Steel likes it. Just the way he likes it. As that does lead us into our next event here. Again, for those that are curious, for those that are tuning in for the first time, welcome to the PondCast. This is a weekly talk show that we go over all the events, all the news that are happening in StarCraft. But we took some weeks off because of the holidays, because of Christmas and New Year. So we have a lot of catching up to do. We're catching up.
Yeah, slowly but surely.
Exactly, we're getting there. What we're getting at, though, is we were getting into the OSC Elite Rising Star number 13. Yes. This is an event that started back in October, and we have been waiting for updates for a long time. I think we were stuck on Young Yakov in those finals, and we were waiting quite some time for the low bracket final, low bracket semis, and low bracket quarterfinals as well. Finally, the event has wrapped up.
Yes, we finally have our answer. We finally have a champion. And we also have a runner-up who, honestly, I was not expecting here, but maybe I should have. He was, after all, one of the main characters of the 2024 drama arc, K-drama.
Oh, yeah.
Iba. made it all the way to the finals. Did end up losing to Young Yakov, who became the champion. So congratulations to Young Yakov. But yeah, I would have not expected Iba to have taken out Art, Night Phoenix, and Chance.
Yeah, especially because Chance was looking so dominant in the upper half of the brackets. For him to take down Eba 2-0, to take down Night Phoenix 2-0 as well. I think we expected maybe a rematch between Young Yakov and Chance. But potentially enough time had passed where Eba was able to prepare himself, able to study his opponents, able to get that revenge in the rematch.
Yeah.
Eba going on a tear, taking down Art, taking down Fian, taking down Art again. A different Art though, and Night Phoenix as well, which did go all the way to the ace match.
Yeah, that off racing, man. Off racing is Protoss. That definitely helped, I think.
Yeah.
Helped him get into the mindset of how to beat Protoss players.
We probably heard a little bit as well, but it's...
Yeah. Well, that's a sacrifice you have to make, right?
True.
Protoss. You sacrifice some of your brain in order to understand how to win.
Oh no, not like this. The brain was gone. But Eba takes down Night Phoenix. Chance does fall 3-0. Young Yakov, we were praising him earlier for becoming at least the previous Fire Cup champion. Young Yakov has been looking very impressive. Does seem to be a level above the rest. And yeah, this is a pretty dominant showing. I mean, looking at the score lines, he dropped only one map to Chance in the entirety of this playoff bracket.
Yeah. 1-2-0 against Eba. I mean, I say 2-0. It was 3-0, but obviously he only played 2 games against he had that 1 point advantage. He 2-0'd Art, 2-0'd Scandicane, who we had a lot of high expectations for, I remember coming into this. And yeah, we were pretty surprised as well when Young... well, I don't know if surprise is the right word to use, but we did take note of Scandicane losing to Young Yakov over there just because we felt like he had a lot of potential.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I'm still looking forward to seeing more of Scandicane in the future, but alas, not so much in this event as it has come to an end. Congratulations to Young Yakov. Speaking of OC events, we have 3 more events to go over here. We have the final OC King of the Hill of 2024, which was featuring quite a plethora of players here. Oh my god.
Yeah, 196.
Yeah, 196. Mana popping off already in the first round, taking down Skillus 1-0. Bappy, let's go.
Here's what I love about this. Mana.
Yeah, again.
He comes in, he takes out Skillus, who looked absolutely informed these past couple of weeks. He takes out Geomech, continuing that streak, and then he just goes to bed.
He leaves.
Yeah, he leaves. He's like, all right, my job here is done.
This is not the first time he's done this. I am pretty sure you remember this, but there's been a previous OC King of the Hill where Mana, he comes in, he gets like 4 or 5 wins in a row, and then he just leaves.
He's like, look, I got a life to lead, I got a wedding to plan, I got players to manage. I can't be over here on this hill all dang day.
Exactly.
I gotta climb down every now and then.
He's a victim of his own success here. He's like, guys, I wanted to be here for like half an hour. Like, yeah, I gotta go, mate. Oh my god. So Mana undefeated technically here in this event. Then we had a fresh set of players. Eba able to pop up for a moment. We had a back and forth between Eba and Geralt. Geralt able to take the win there. Meanwhile, Night Phoenix coming out of left field. It's great to see Night Phoenix return. Night Phoenix, he has been a little bit less active over the past couple of months, but recently, in recent weeks, he has been competing in more events, so it's great to see him here. Impressive for him to bring down Geralt, but again, this also shows like the power and the fun nature of these best of ones. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen, and I think because specifically it was the last one of the year, I think the players also decided to have a little bit of fun as well. I see a lot of off racing coming out here. I see Estrella playing Terran.
Yeah. Astray, he played Terran. He beat Night Phoenix. He did beat him with his Terran, so impressive stuff. Mixer brings him down. UD Soldier brings him down. R brings him down. We get this every now and then, but just back and forth. No one going on any kind of big major win streak. We had just the handing over of the crown over and over again to the next player, to the next competitor, into Art, into Nickrat, into Shameless, into Cristiano, into Skillus. He makes his return once again. Skillus, he comes back for a vengeance. He's like, mate, what happened? What, you think Mana's gonna beat me and then just leave, and that's gonna be it? Nah, mate. He comes back.
I was only pretending to be dead. Yeah.
Exactly. Goes on a bit of a win streak here, but he gets knocked back down by Geralt.
Geralt, who had previously been taken down by Night Phoenix, so yeah, he's not the only one who came back from the dead.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I mean, this event is at the behest of Eddie, of course, the admin, the organizer of the tournament, and he picks and chooses who comes back in. And sometimes, if there isn't another fresh player, he's willing to revive an otherwise fallen player here to kind of step in to replace them.
Yeah.
And with that, did revive Skillus and Geralt.
Yeah. 2 this time. His powers, no bounds.
Nah, none at all. He's merely the puppet master, and we all dance for his enjoyment, for his entertainment, if you will. And yeah, with that, in the end, Geralt does come out with the most wins under his belt. Now Phoenix and Skillus tied for second place, and Mana for fourth place as well. So yeah, GG. A lot of Protoss in the bracket, of course, and great to see some off racing out of Australia. Again, he's always willing to off race whenever he can. Just have some fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that, that does conclude that OC King of the Hill. That was covered by Dave Testa, by the way. Was covered by Dave. Again, typically the OC events are kind of rotated between casters, Wardy, Dave, Steadfast, ourselves, Chicken Man at times as well. So we do kind of hand it over depending on the week, depending on the event.
Yeah, we're looking to crown a king of the hill, and obviously we also have to have a caster of the hill. So
Exactly.
rotate.
Exactly. Exactly. And that leads us into the OC Midseason Playoffs. This is another event that has been a long time coming. It started back in August, by the way, and it took 4 months to conclude. Over 4 months, actually. Jesus.
I remember the last time we had a podcast, we were like, hopefully by the next time we have a podcast, this will be done. And we kind of thought that maybe we were going to have one last week or 2 weeks ago, like potentially, but it's a good thing we didn't, because if we had one back then, we wouldn't be able to. This tournament would have concluded.
Really, what you're saying is that
by then.
we didn't return with the podcast until this tournament ended. You're not wrong.
Yes.
Well, to make sure we can wrap this up, goddammit. The last time
we're done talking about it. We're not gonna have another podcast where we come back to mid-season playoffs.
I mean, for
Make
context,
sure we can wrap it up.
You can see the date. Max Pax 3.0 Nightmare back in October. that was October. That was 2 months. That was over 2 months ago, by the way, where that series occurred, and it took a long time to really get everything else going. You can see here a lot of the lower bracket round 4, round 5 was back in November as well. It looks like we were able to wrap things up more recently. We already covered Max X versus Beyond. Max X took down Beyond. Max was in the upper bracket finals. We caught up December 31st with Mana versus Shin. Jeez.
Yes, we managed to conclude everything on December 31st. Prior to that, the last match that was played was Max Pax versus Björn in the upper bracket finals. That was on December 5th.
Yeah.
And before that, the last match was played on November 15th. So
yeah.
We took a lot of breaks in between, but what can you really do? That's just kind of the nature of scheduling a big online event like this. You just can't have everything done in one shot more often than not. Other events take precedent, and obviously sometimes there are also IRL commitments that the players have that we would like to, the admins do like to cut them slack for, and
sometimes you want to organize an OC season playoffs King of the Hill match or something, and it's like Beyond, he's out there climbing hills, he's out there climbing mountains. What can he do? Gotta climb the mountain. Exactly.
Gotta climb back down. You're not gonna. You can't just bring a LAN up to him.
Yeah. It doesn't work. Doesn't work like that. No 5Gs up there.
Yeah.
There you go.
No. No Jesus pylon. Apparently.
As Shin.
Apparently.
As Shin did take down Mana 3-0. Impressive performance there out of Shin. Take down Skillus 3-1. Mana 3-0. Went all the way to the ace match against Nightmare, popping off here. Very impressive. Went all the way to game number 5, but Shin, he barely does squeeze it out. He takes down Beyond 3-1. Once again, a big win for Shin. And then we have the grand finals. I believe this is a similar result as what we saw previously, where we actually saw it. Was it in one of Wardy's Christmas events, where Shin also took down Max Pax in the early rounds. Here takes out Max Pax in the grand finals, and Shin is this season's OSC mid-season playoffs champion.
This mid-season, yeah.
There you go.
No,
The other
the
season
next
has
one
already
is starting. It has already begun.
Yeah, it's already begun. It has. It started last week. God damn it. We finally wrap one up, and then they bring another
Uh,
to us. Right? They just don't end. The season playoffs do not end.
yep.
Oh no.
Yes, but congratulations to Shin for winning it, who I guess was a little bit of a dark horse coming at least after he got knocked down by Max Pax and got down to lower finals. I think he was a little bit of a dark horse. Like, sure, him beating Shameless, him beating Skillless, maybe not too surprising. Him beating Nightmare and Beyond, though, that was, I wouldn't necessarily call those upsets, but I would have 100% favored Beyond coming into this, for instance, just because they made it a lot further in the upper bracket. So yeah, shout out to Shen.
Yeah, shout out to Shin, of course, for becoming the champion here. And yeah, again, it's one of those things where Max Packs, more and more often we do see specifically players like Shin, players like Beyond as well, being able to contest him. I mean, Max Packs and Beyond went all the way to the ace match in the upper bracket finals. Here, Shin defeats Max Packs once again. And yeah, they're quite more competitive with each other, more so than I think they once were, say a year ago, for example. So yeah, it's been great to see the growth of these players, and we finally can wrap up and close the
We can
chapter
finally wrap
here.
up and unwrap a new one.
Yes. No. Speaking of unwrapping a new one, we have the OSC Championship 12 season 12 playoffs. So we have wrapped up the brackets. Now, this is a kind of an interesting phrasing. These are challenge brackets. These are basically qualifiers. The qualifiers for the main event did conclude. The way that this event works, this is the end of year finals. The based on performances in the mid-season playoffs, which is just wrapped up, players are invited. They're invited, they're seeded into the main events, yes, with their OC points. But we have 5 qualifiers that did take place last week.
Indeed, we had 5 qualifiers to determine 2 times 10 players, wildcard players, if you will, who will be able to qualify for the main event itself. And yeah, we actually have a bracket in front of us already.
Oh yeah, we have a bracket here and ready. Bracket A, the first qualifier, we had a Baby Marine taking down GG Machine 2-1, taking down Jimmy 2-1, and took down Luna C 3-2 as well. Jesus, non-stop ace matches. It was not an easy run there for Baby Marine, but he does make it through. He does qualify for the main event. Likewise, Night Phoenix making his return. We spoke about how he has been a little bit more active as of late. Took down Demi, took down Lemon also to qualify.
Taking down Lemon. Ooh. Lemon, who has been very active throughout this entire time. That, again, just goes to show how in form Night Phoenix is getting recently.
Oh yeah, really, really does. And that leads us into bracket number B, going quickly through these. Bracket B was... Yeah, bracket B. There you go.
Yeah, bracket number B.
The second qualifier, if you will. Yeah, the second qualifier, if you will, as we saw Jimmy take down a Dolan 2-1, went to the ace match, and Jimmy, he popped off, taking down a Laser 3-2, went all the way to the ace match. That's a big win for Jimmy.
I'm telling you, man, his next arc is just beginning. He finished the drama arc against Iba. Nothing's holding him back anymore. He's unchained. He's unrestricted. He's popping off.
Yeah, he has been unbound. Are you saying that Eva's been holding him back? That was
exactly what I'm saying, yeah.
Oh, no. Now he has his closure with Eva. He has cast him aside, and now he is unbound, as you said, to take down a Laser 3-2. Very impressive. Likewise, speaking of impressive play, Art. I mean, we saw that Art, he struggled in the most recent Fire Cup, but here, Art, he takes down Fiant, takes down Eva, takes down Hydra, and Art qualifies as well.
Yeah, impressive result. He definitely had to fight for it. The Zerg players did give him a run for his money here, but yeah, by the time we got to the PvPs, it was pretty much smooth sailing here for Art.
Oh yeah, that was smooth sailing. That does lead us into the third qualifier, into number C. Yeah, as we are settling in, we do have a Solar. Solar, a heavy hitter, does qualify, taking down Demi to go to the ace match. Shout out to mate, the Shark of the Sea. Still got it, Papi. Still got it. Did take a map off of Solar to threaten him more so than anyone else. But Solar does qualify, of course, for the main event. Likewise, DNS takes down Eba, takes down Mana, takes down Lemon in the ace match as well to qualify for the main event.
Yeah, all ace matches, which once again goes to show you just how clutch of a player DNS is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when
Oh, yeah.
the pressure is mounting, when he only has one shot remaining, that's when he really does his best work.
He does. He really does. Likewise, we had a third qualifying match. Lemon takes down Lunacy 3-1, and Lemon, he has been quite active in a lot of these qualifiers, does make it through into the main event. GG, well played. Lemon will also be a part of the OC main, or the OC season finals. And with that, that leads us into bracket D.
Yes. Where this one is a little bit surprising. Arog Fire.
Mm-hmm.
A player who has remained active, has been playing in a lot of like Wardy TV Mondays and the not Pegasaur, but the KFC Steadfast Chicken Man Cup. Steadfast Chicken Man? No. Steadfast Roddy Kalaris Cup. And stuff like that, but has never really
the KFC.
the KFC, obviously. It's just way easier to call it KFC, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he is somebody who has been flying under the radar a little bit. This time, 3-0's Mixu, 2-0 Spirit, and also beats Lunacy in order to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, this was fortunately we were the casters for bracket D, so we were able to cover this. What was crazy for me is that Arrow Fire, as you mentioned, he has been a competitor for quite some time, but Arrow Fire, he, like some other players, kind of stopped competing this year. Like he stepped away, he took a step back. He was less active in 2024 than in previous years, and I was a little bit concerned that he was going to be retiring. It was only recently, I want to say, also a couple of weeks ago in December, that Arrow Fire started competing more regularly in a lot of these open tournaments in your KFCs and your Pegasaur Mondays. This is a more recent addition here for Arrow Fire. So for him to 2-0 Spirit, I was shocked. Unfortunately, I didn't get to cast it at the time. I was just assuming that Spirit was going to make it through. I'm like, oh, no, yeah, I'll catch Spirit like in the qualifying match. It'll be fine. And then, bam, he's out of the tournament. I was like, what just happened? that's crazy.
And this
Arrow
was a
Fire, he
final
popped
chance
up.
to qualify, yeah.
Yeah, so impressive stuff. Arcfire does make it through. Scrolling down, we had Mana, of course. Mana takes down Arts, Replicant, and Eva to qualify for the main event. And that led us into the bronze match here with Mixu and Eva, which went all the way to the ace match. Unfortunately, two good friends facing off. They both did bond, though, because I don't know if you noticed, Mixu got 3-0'd by Arcfire, Mana got 3-0'd, Eva got 3-0'd by Mana. So coming into the final spot, they were both smudging about Protoss the entire time. They bonded with their hatred of Protoss. It was beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Thus begins the Eba's new arc.
Oh no.
This is the thing,
really,
it's talking about Protoss, but Eba plays Protoss as well.
Really, that's the mistake. He should have played Protoss. He should have.
Yeah.
This is all just pushing him further over the edge to just switch completely into Protoss at this point. It's happening. It's happening. No. Feels bad, man. But that was bracket D, and that leads us into the final qualifier of the event, bracket E.
Yes, the actual final one.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this time Spirit did manage to qualify. Which would have been surprised if he didn't. He managed to take out Fiant, he took out Rostock, he also took out GG Machine to make it to that qualifying match against Fiant, actually, who I guess I shouldn't be too surprised looking at this bracket. Fiant is a really good player, and I would definitely rank him higher than Azura, and around a little bit higher than Lunacy as well, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's still missing that big breakout performance.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And Spirit, he was the heavy hitter. Spirit did drop a map. He dropped a map to Rostock, so big win there for Rostock. I don't know how he did it, but he was able to get a fast one over on Spirit. Spirit did qualify, and Lunacy did get his revenge. Went all the way to the ace match. He takes down Fian 3-2. We did congratulate Lunacy, as he did actually drop by in the chat earlier today. So big shout out to Lunacy for making it into that final event, to the final spot in the final qualifier. GG.
And with that, we have our 12 players.
We have our final 12 players here. We can head on over to the overview. We have our plethora of Protoss, which, I mean, it's an online tournament. So we have Night Phoenix, Art,
Yeah.
Jimmy, DNS, Lemon, Arrowfire, Mana, and Luna C as the Protoss players. We have 2 Terrans in Baby Marine and Spirit, and we have 2 Zergs in Solar and Mixu.
There we go. I gotta be honest, like I zoned out a little bit when you started talking about numbers. Like, yeah, we got our 2 Zerg, and I'm like, yep, numbers. That's a lot of them. There's a lot of players in this bracket. Is what we're getting at.
That's how 2 is a lot of them. Is that what you? That's what you just said. You're like, hey, when you said the number 2,
Look,
I was like, hey, I
it's
cannot
more than one.
comprehend the
It's more
size
than
of the
one.
number 2. But it's crazy. Oh my god, you
It's
blew
more
my
than one.
mind.
You know, we're allowed to have more than one. It's like, oh
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
crazy. It's crazy.
I say our 12
understand.
players. Like, I should clarify. Those were our 12 players from the Challenger bracket who are going to be in the first round. We still have a lot more coming in, seeded further into the bracket, which was what you were kind of breaking down in detail earlier, which I kind of zoned out of.
Oh no, I was breaking
Lot
down
of
the
numbers.
qualified players. That's all I was made. You ain't seen nothing yet. As we head on over to the main event, you can see the entirety of the player base. We have 19 Protoss, 7 Terran, and 6 Zerg. Oh boy! So I hope you like some PvPs as we're getting as the main bracket is being seeded, and we can actually like have a look at it.
Right.
Okay. If you
Yes,
click on the
and-
top tab into the main events, the main event for the
Yes.
top tab, you can scroll down and you can actually see the bracket that has been seeded. This is not all the players. I believe a lot of the players
That's
that made
more
it
the
through the
challenge,
qualifiers. Yeah, I believe they're in the lower portion of the bracket. But we can at least speculate and have a look at the upper portion instead. What's crazy here, I guess, based on performances in previous, I guess because of seeding, there are players that are seeded pretty far in the bracket. That's crazy.
Yeah, Beyond and Dark already in the upper semis.
Yeah. They're very far in the tournament. You know what I'm a little bit concerned by, depending on how long this tournament lasts? Is Dark even going to be able to play?
They're gonna be,
Like, if this event goes into February, Dark, he might be conducting his boot camp or something at the time.
Can Eddie write him a note? Write a note to the military, be like, actually I need him to play in this, so Korean military, so you gotta give him leave.
It's gonna be close. I feel it's gonna be quite close. So hopefully Dark is able to compete and play in this without too much issue.
Yeah. I'll see. I mean, depending on how they schedule it, because I know that a lot of times it's the players schedule it amongst themselves. It may be possible for Eddie to maybe ask Hanmono, Clem, Shin, and that basically that side of the bracket and be like, hey, can you guys, if it's possible, can you guys just get this done as quickly as possible or something like that? As quickly
I'm
as
sure
you can.
Yeah, I'm sure he can expedite things if they have to, if they do have to. So, fingers crossed that everything goes smoothly. Regardless, when it comes to this main event, typically we're all going to be coming together, referring to the other OSC casters, Wardy, Steadfast, Dave Testa, ourselves, and Chicken Man. So I'm sure we'll be a part of the event in some capacity, as there are plenty of matches that are going to be held. So best of luck to all those involved. I'm sure it's going to be a great broadcast, and hopefully it doesn't last too long. For now, it is tentatively marked to end in February, but I believe that is a tentative thing, and that's subject to change.
Yeah. We'll see if that. I was gonna say we'll see if this ends by May.
Yeah.
But okay, February is the goal, so yeah, we'll see if we're able to stick to that goal.
Yeah, we'll do our best. as that is going to lead us into the weekly tournaments. Okay, here we go. We're getting to the beef, if you will, the main bulk here of the events that we did miss out on. I mean, I say that we did cover and castle these events, of course, or at least most of them, as we always do here on the CranKy Ducklings. But we had the LiuLi League week number 234.
Yes, and oh boy, what a finals! What a throwback finals, honestly.
Oh yeah, this was crazy. I mean, coming into this tournament, even before the finals, give a shout out to Young Yakov. I believe because of this performance, Young Yakov, he actually because he made it to the top 4, he secured his placement into the December finals, the monthly finals of the League League.
Oh.
So yeah, it was just a really, really nice run here for Young Yakov to take down Percival, to take down Creator 2-0 as well. It was impressive, very impressive.
Yeah, more than redeemed himself from Fire Girl Cup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it did take down a Creator in the end. Scrolling down a little bit further, though, we have some other updates. We had Gumiho taking down Trap 2-0. Rogue took down Gumiho as well. And of course, Rogue did make it all the way to those grand finals. Did drop a map to Honmono, by the way. Honmono, he, as you can imagine, cheesed the hell out of him. He's an animal. Yeah, I don't know if you remember this, but it's still living rent free in my mind. I think it was Elite League week number like 233 or 234. Sorry, 232. Homeowner actually defeated Rogue in the first round, and it was on Neon Violet Square. Homeowner, he went Mass Cyclone, and he cyclowned all over Rogue. It was, it was very heartbreaking to see, but that did happen recently. God.
How long do you think Rogue has been waiting for this moment?
Ever since, yeah, 100%. Yeah, he has not been able to sleep well at all. He's no, he's been thinking about the unwashed for quite some time. As as that does lead us into some of these lower matches here, we see Classic got his revenge over Trigger. Trigger has been getting very impressive results in the PvPs, but he does fall at the hands of Classic. Cure takes down Bjorn in the TVT. Bjorn having a bit of a harder time recently, especially in the TVT matchup, so Cure does bring him down. Hero has a good performance, but Classic, I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Classic take down Hero, but Classic, he popped off this week.
Yeah, it takes out not just Hero, but also Shin, and then also Rogue in the grand finals, securing himself the victory.
Yeah. I mean, remember, this is a Shin that we have seen defeat Max Pax twice now over the past couple of weeks. So, like, this is a Shin who is very much so in form. He took down Skillus in this tournament as well. But Classic, he was, on fire. Like, a Classic that I feel like we don't see too often anymore. So, impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chin was washed. It was polished. It was ready to go.
Shiny. It blinded everyone.
Exactly. There you go. Do you recall? You must have growing up. Did you watch Fairly Odd Parents growing up?
Yes.
Yes. You got the superhero with the chin?
Yes, the Crimson Chin. That was his name.
Okay.
And he had his the villain, the Nega Chin. Who was him, but just color swapped.
Which one is Classic? That's the real question. Question.
Oh, true.
No. Yeah.
I wasn't aware that's what you were going for. I thought you were gonna go with SpongeBob with the balls. But I guess the shiny ball chair is steel mold, not Classic.
It is very shiny. As that leads us into the Hub Cup number 2. Now, this is a tournament. This is a bi-weekly series, not a weekly. It is a bi-weekly that Hubsaya has been hosting as of late. Did get a lot of funding to run this event. This event is newer, of course, and it is a little bit more centric around the European and the American time slot. It is a lot more earlier for us in the Oceanic Southeast Asian region. I think it's like it would be like 7 a.m. for us or 6 a.m. for us. It's a lot earlier in the morning. So because of that, when I believe we have confirmation to cast it, but we have not delved into it.
There've been a few nights where I was awake at that time.
I don't think that's a good thing. Oh no. See, you say like, oh, I've been awake at 7 a.m. It's like, yes, did you wake up at 7 or did you stay awake until 7?
Look, if you're awake,
you're
awake.
Are you? God.
We could all be dreaming.
Yeah,
right now. I'm
There
not.
you
I'm
go.
not
There you
fully
go.
convinced I'm awake right now, to be honest.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not
I
convinced you are either. Oh,
I will admit I did sleep at like I did go to bed at like 7:30 in the morning.
there you go. There it is. There
today.
it is. As again, this event is also a little bit more unique as well, and I'm not entirely certain how I would want to approach this, but coming into the Hub Cup number 2, it isn't just this event. There are other events as well that we will get into, I'm sure. But there is a unique map pool for this event. They
Yep.
have gotten rid of the older maps. There is a bit of a wave or a bit of a movement.
Backlash.
That's it. Yeah,
Yeah.
there is a bit of a movement here to get rid of maps like Abyssal Reef, get rid of maps like Neon Violet Square and King's Cove. The 3
Yeah.
older maps that got brought in have since been
Which
removed from this tournament
yeah.
circuit and have been replaced by TLMC maps instead.
Which I want to emphasize. They're being replaced not because we're against the idea of bringing back old maps,
Mhm.
but more so that it just doesn't really fit with the rest of the maps in the current map pool.
Yes.
Like, if we
yes,
had another
exactly.
map pool that, how should I put this? If we had another map pool and we had another patch where the idea was we want more defensive play, then
Mhm.
I'm sure most tournament organizers would be open to bringing back Abyssal Reef, bringing back King's Cove and Neon Violet, but right now, I think most people have had enough of that style or watching that style over and over and over again, so yeah, we're trying to get less turtly maps, shall we say.
100%, 100%. So that is why the initiative has been made to introduce some of these TLMC maps instead into the latter map pool, or into this tournament map pool. I should emphasize. This is applicable to the Hub Cup as well as to the Pigasaur Monday as well. I believe those are the 2 currently, and maybe some others have been getting involved. If you recall, our tournament's on hiatus. Our tournaments are not coming back until January, so we're kind of, at least I'm feeling things out. I'm curious to see how well received these maps are, and if so, then we're
Yep.
more than happy to adopt
Yeah,
it as well.
I, for one, will be using my influence to lobby light behind the scenes. To my own benefit, but maybe it'll
Uh-huh.
benefit some of you guys. We'll see.
Okay. I see. You're like, bring back Grassvan. You're like,
Yes, I actually don't think I played that much in Gressfon. I remember I didn't veto Gressfon, but everyone else
Mhm.
did, so I never actually played much on that map.
What am I thinking of?
Wasn't
I'll get
really.
behind. Bring back 2,000 atmospheres. Ah,
Yes, I can play Blink 182 when I play that map. I can have
let's
Blink
go.
182 blasting.
Bring back
Bring back.
Jaganatha.
Look, I just want Dust Towers back. That's all I want. I just want Dust
True.
Towers.
Let's go. So here in this tournament and in other Hub Cups and other Pigasaur Mondays, we have Era Home, we have Star Child, and we have Talisman. Three
Home.
unique maps. They all have their own quirks as well. They are, as you can imagine, a lot smaller than what they are replacing, I should emphasize. And yeah, I mean, so far, what I appreciate is that we actually have been seeing them played by players. They have been embracing them, not necessarily in every series, but they have been definitely dabbling into them more often than not. So it is great to see that the players, they are just avoiding them entirely.
Yeah. Which there's a tendency to do at times, which again is pretty
Sure.
understandable.
Mhm.
If you're a pro player and your practice consists mainly on the ladder map pool, then you might as well play on what you're familiar with, so you don't get too cut out on something that you haven't necessarily practiced in too much of. But like you said, it's nice to see the players actually embrace it this time. Some of them actually even approaching tournaments or small online tournaments as a form of practice as well. So, yeah, good to see.
100%. Especially because we're in the off season, I feel like now is the time to experiment. Now is the time to try out some of these other maps. And we started the night off talking about the TLMC. TLMC is on the horizon, and I'm sure we'd be more than happy to indulge and to embrace some of those newer TLMC maps in the next season. I think that's what I'm really excited about when it comes to the off season and how we've kind of taken over the online tournament landscape. I'm referring to ourselves, referring to the people behind Pigasaur Monday, behind the Wardy TV Mondays as well, behind Hub Cup. that we can come together in unison and agree upon. For example, usually whenever there's a TLMC, like Wardy hosts a specific event that features those maps. If we wanted to, just like with the PTR, where we all decided to play everything on the PTR, we can decide, hey, let's all just play everything on the
Yeah.
TLMC maps, for like this month or something, right?
Yeah, we don't have to standardize. Rather, we have standardized, but we've standardized via our own initiative. We're not standardizing things based on ESL's rules or anything like that, where we just kind of have that freedom. We don't have that kind of bureaucracy hanging against us, where we're like, okay, if we want to change something or if we want to experiment or something, then technically we can, but what's the point of doing so if the actual big event, i.e. the ESL Cups, are going to do something drastically different?
Yeah, and I think we really saw that come to fruition during the PTR. If you remember, like all the events were on the PTR, whether it was our events, whether it was the Pikasaur Mondays, the KSRCs, it was just everything on the PTR to make sure we got as much testing as possible. If you remember, I think it was maybe Thermal or someone posting or tweeting out, maybe it was Skills, maybe it was Mana, about how this was like the period in time where we got the
really that. Yep. To really show the world and to EWC and ESL that the fan base is still very passionate, that we are able to come together like this and produce something.
Yeah. Well, the sentiment was that this was the period in time in StarCraft where we got the most testing done in the PTR than ever before, because we were running so many events during the PTR, and that had never happened before. Just because usually the PTR was held for something like, a Wardy TV specific event and only that, and your typical weeklies would not really touch the PTR. It was very rare to get that much content and that much eyes on the PTR as much as we did. I'm sure we stressed out the servers themselves under the on the PTR, but it was definitely a great initiative that we were able to embrace and able to do ourselves.
Yeah,
for sure. With that, though, that leads us into the Hell Cup number 2. That leads us into the results themselves of the tournament. As we had Max Packs popping off. Solar woke up early for this tournament, by the way. Solar also had a deep run as well. And I just realized...
Yep.
I'm assuming he woke up early. Yeah, I mean, he's not a D-Gen.
he can't be a D-Gen. He's married now. He's not allowed to be a D-Gen.
He's not.
Solar woke up early to play in this event. He lost to Max Fax in the upper bracket finals. Saw that he was up against Protoss again in the lower bracket finals, and then just noped out.
Yeah, I respect it.
Yeah,
I respect. He's like, you know what? I'm good. I didn't need to be here. I'm good.
I'm good. It's like Christmas is coming up. I might as well just go outside, enjoy time with my family, get some those last minute arrangements done. I don't have to sit here and take Protoss to the face.
I don't have to spend my holiday with Protoss. Okay, and you know what? I think we can all get behind that. You don't have to spend your time with Protoss. Just spend your time with yourself. Enjoy your life. Enjoy the holidays. But yeah, Solo took down Astrea to make it to those finals. As you mentioned, Max X went down. I wasn't quite expecting this format. I'm not too in love with the length of this. I don't know if you noticed,
but the best of 3.
Well, it's best of 3s in the quarterfinals. Then we had best of 5s in the upper semifinals. Then we had the best of 5 upper bracket finals, then the best of 5 grand. So a lot of best of 5s plus double elimination as well. Like that's a long format.
I just realized I said best of 2 into best of 3. I just want to correct
you
for the record that I meant best of 3 into best of 5. Yeah,
it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, double elimination and semifinals best of 5, and then upper finals best of 5, and then grand finals best of so many best of 5s plus double elimination. Like this is a long format.
The grand finals could have been a best of 7. So
they could have if they really. It should really be a best of 7, to be honest. Like I don't like this format whatsoever, but have some consistency. Yeah. Why is it the same as the semis? What's going on here? What's happening?
Well, because they got to make it consistent. What's more consistent than that?
There you go. There you go. So,
Yeah.
yeah, not too in love with the format here and the length of it. I'm sure the players are quite fatigued by the end, but sure.
Especially because we already had 24 players signing up and playing in this, checking into this. So, yeah, with that amount of players, you could 100% have it be a single limb bracket.
For sure, for sure. Or at least calm down with the amount of best of fives.
Yeah.
Regardless, with that, Max tried to take it. Shout out to Christiana. Christiana went to the ace match. Went to the went all the way to the ace match against Max Max. Very impressive by the Christiana. Damn.
Yeah, my old nanners, as they call him.
There you go. But in the end, Max Max did take it. So with that, that leads us into the Wardy TV Monday number 15. And
I was just gonna say, apparently we had another Hub Cup.
We did.
Just a couple of days ago, yeah.
I'm just going down the list, mate. I'm just. We'll get there. Hub Cup number 3. We'll get there. Don't you worry.
Look.
I know you're excited.
I was going through the order when I arranged the order. The order got changed. I thought we were just gonna go through these. I thought we were gonna tackle the cups themselves and then go into things, but then things got rearranged, so we were doing it chronologically instead of tournamentonologically.
Excuse me?
It was chronologically from the start, just saying.
So good, yeah, good, so good. Well, with that, we have the What is TV Monday number 15. With this is another weekly tournament. It is weekly. It is a more favor towards the Korean and European time zone, less so the American time zone. And with that, we typically do have Clem and Maxx doing well. Clem was MIA in a lot of these, in the most latest weeks of these events. Clem has been a little bit less active, so maybe again just enjoying the holidays, enjoying Christmas, enjoying New Year's. But alas, many of these other players are still on that grind.
Yeah. In fact, some of these players actually started grinding during the holidays. Some of these players started coming back during this time.
Oh, yeah. They did, and Max, once again, he made it all the way to the finals. To our Skilless, to our Solar as well. Impressive run to make it to those finals, but he does meet his match. This time, not at the hands of a Zerg, not at the hands of Shin or Dark. Instead, Hero, he takes down Rogue 2-1 in the semis, and Hero takes down Max 3-1 in the grand finals.
Indeed, once again, Max showing a little bit of weakness in the PvP matchup, or potentially Hero rising to match his strength there.
Yeah, we were discussing this last time. I don't know if you remember, but Hero, his PvP has changed. 100%, his PvP has changed, and we actually have been seeing a lot of Hero going for the Max opener on these otherwise unsafe maps. Like, he's just been doing it himself. And we've seen a really different dynamic between Max and Hero now, where instead Max he goes for his opener, Hero opens up economically as well, and then Max instead feels like pressured to be the aggressor. Like, it's just been, yeah, a bit of a more different dynamic. And yeah, it's been interesting to see Hero's PvP evolve over the past couple of weeks. It's been interesting.
Yeah, he's looking to reclaim his claim.
Reclaim his claim. Yeah. He's spitting facts, mate. True. What else is he gonna claim?
Yeah. He can't claim it yet. He's gotta reclaim it.
Yeah. What's he claiming?
So no, what I mean is that was a while ago where that was a while ago where Hero was in fact the best PvP player, and then it became a little bit more up in the air whether it was Hero or it was Max. The two of them actually going back and forth quite a bit in the head-to-head. And then it was a couple of months ago where I feel like Max just definitively became the best PvP player in the world. Now Hero's looking to reclaim that claim to best PvP.
He be claiming that claim eventually.
Yeah, he be claiming.
There you go.
He be claiming, he be reclaiming. And he be claiming down.
On that claim. There you go. Yeah. So congratulations to Heroes. He does take What is TV Monday number 15. That leads us into the Christmas Cup 2024. This was a fun event that Jumi did bring together. Fun fact, Jumi actually asked us to cast this event, and unfortunately we couldn't because this was actually clashing with the Firegrow Cup.
Yeah.
I did.
How much
this is actually clashing with the Firegrow Cup. Smooth. So unfortunately, we couldn't quite cover it ourselves. But despite that, it was still a fun event nonetheless. We had a Geralt to taking down Shameless 2-0, taking down Eva 2-1 as well. But we have been seeing this one name pop up over and over and over again. Shouldn't be too much of a surprise here. Young Yakov does win the event in the end, 3-0 over Geralt.
He gets knocked out in Fire Girl Cup, and then he immediately comes to play into this. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. It freed up his schedule, and he was angry. He was angry at Power, and he took it out on Geralt and Night Phoenix.
Exactly.
And every other, and Azura, every Protoss he could get his hands on.
Yeah, went to the ace match against Ninkish, should go all the way to game 3. But yes, Young Yakov takes down Geralt 3-0. If you remember, it was in the previous LiuLi League that Young Yakov took down Creator 2-0 as well. So Young Yakov, he has been getting some nice wins here and there. But do you notice the name that I have not seen in quite some time? Go Joey there in the round of 16, taking a map off of Night Phoenix.
Yeah, which is double. It's doubly surprising to see Go Joey here, not just because it's been a while since we've seen him, but also because we were informed a while ago, ever since joining Hyper 1, Go Joey apparently only plays in Hyper 1 specific events. This is not one of them.
Yeah, this is not a Hyper 1 event. Yeah, exactly. Great to see Joey just returning in some way, shape, or form. Still active in some way. Still, of course, a part of SC2, so we do love to see it. Shout out to Joey. Congratulations to Young Yakov. And shout out to Jumi as well for hosting the event and for running it. I believe Rotterdam also joined in to help cover the event as well.
Yeah. That was the main event, of course. I could already have a narrative forming here. Aviba, he signed up for this. He knew it was a Jumi organized event. He signed up and he was determined to win. He just couldn't quite make it past Geralt, and that was the final straw there for Jumi.
There you go. That was the final.
And he saw Young Yakov winning, and that's why he paired up with him.
Yep.
Yeah. That's how he picked his next champion, his next couple.
You thought that this was just going to be a fun little online event, invitational or what have you, and fun little bracket. No, these were tryouts. Who is worthy of being Juvi's new partner?
Exactly, and that's how he got to Young Yakov. So, the birth of a new rivalry, a new duo, if you will. Yeah. How long will it last? No.
Who drops first?
Not like this. We'll find out. We'll keep an eye on them.
Will Juvi, in fear of being betrayed again, preemptively betray Young Yakov? We'll see.
Oh no, it's possible. It's possible. He could just be self-destructive in that way. But with that.
No, I was just gonna say that was the main event. We also had an FFA as a part of this.
Yeah, there was a fun FFA as well. That was held at the end of the night, at the end of the tournament. Just kind of like a fun way to interact with everyone. Nothing too serious behind this, but did involve Jumi, GG Machine, Mixu, Baby Marine, Rotterdam. Jumi did come out in first place, but that's where I say hashtag rigged in the chats. Most likely Jumi just stacking things in his favor, and it's
he won't be hurt again. He won't be hurt again. He's built a fortress around him and around his base.
Exactly.
Won't be able to get him.
Never again. Esteiba.
Oh, Rotterdam.
That does lead us. Yeah, he was casting and he did play as well. That does lead us into the Pig Store Monday number 12, of course, into our next online weekly event. This event is more catered towards the towards the American and the Korean region. This is where the D-Gens do come out to play. MaxPax was a part of that, of course. But once again, was this like the third or fourth time we've seen it so far? Shin takes out MaxPax before the finals. Oh my god.
He is the Max Killer.
I guess so. Unironically, I think this is like the third or fourth time we've seen it today. It's crazy. So Shin does take it. Meanwhile, this is where Trigger was popping off. Look at Trigger go. He took down Dark 2-0. He took down Hero 2-0. And again, there's a reason why Trigger did win the Duckling Showdown, as he is on fire. Did fall to Shin in the end, but mate, it's Shin. Even MaxPax couldn't stop him. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do,
man? Shin, he's on a warpath against Protoss. Not even Trigger was able to stop it. But he was able to stop Dark, so...
Yeah.
Really, it speaks more to how informed Shin was this morning.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Shin, he was on fire. Does take it in the end. It does take down both Max Pax and Trigger. With that, that leads us into the LiuLi December monthly finals. Oh boy! Again, throughout the entirety of the of the month of December, players have been accumulating points, so they were invited to this final event. Yang Yakov, unfortunately, didn't quite make it too far, but did make it into the main event nonetheless. Did go down to Shin at the start of the event. Shin, he popped off, taking down Hero 2-1. Went to
Oh,
the
I
ace
see.
match. Was a very close series, but did go the way of Shin. Shin falls to Creator, and on the other half of the bracket, we had Oliveira popping off.
Indeed, Oliveira 2-0 Rogue, 3-0 Trigger. And then finally, in the end, getting the 4-2 up on Creator. Once again, Oliveira, man, he was on fire. It's unfortunate to see him go.
Yeah, this took place on Christmas Day. This was Christmas Eve coming into Christmas Day, so really impressive stuff there by Oliveira. Fun fact, he all-in the hell out of Creator. I think almost every game, Oliveira either one base all-in or two base all-in. The boys, he did his best Honmono impression. He pulled the boys very often.
He didn't shower.
He did not.
That day.
He was filthy, Pat. He was filthy. Did take down Trigger, did take down Creator. Shout out to Trigger, though, because, hey, coming into this, if you remember, Classic, he popped off previously against Hero, and Trigger popped off against Classic.
There we go, yeah. Yeah, Trigger really impressive. He was the winner of the final Holy Moly prior to this December event, if I recall correctly. So, yeah, Classic was definitely one of the heavy hitters coming into this, but Trigger was able to take him out.
Did take him out in the end, so very impressive stuff. Very well done. Again, Oliveira was the final Alima League champion of 2024. So Oliveira, he has that under his belt before his retirement. Very impressive stuff. This was before his performances in Masters Coliseum and in the LiuLi Cup. That leads us into the Big Brain Bouts end of year event. It looks like they did host an end of year large bracket. No show matches this time, just a massive bracket instead, more centralized towards the European region.
Right.
And we had our players popping off.
I like this. This is like the inverse of an end of year show match series, where typically in a show match series, a big end of year one, you pick your participants based on bracket performances, narratives, and stuff like that. This flips it on its head. We've had narratives forming throughout the year in those show matches, but now we're settle things once and for all, just with one big bracket.
Oh, yeah, one massive bracket. Spot the Zerg, by the way. This is a European bracket if I've ever seen one. This is
Mixu,
oh
hell yeah.
Yeah, Mixu, he's down there. Also, if you noticed, Raynor also played, but he off-raced. He off-races Terran in that first round. And
he
played
anything but Zerg. He off-races Terran in the first round, and then he went down to lower bracket. He Protossed his brother.
That's cruel.
Oof,
that's
just,
oh no, he's bullying his younger brother, Papi. Oh my god, leave him alone. He's a baby. Oh my god. But yeah, Raider, he played Protoss against Baby Marine, Terran as well, Protoss against Gabe as well. Jesus, non-stop Terran and Protoss. But someone that stands out to me, if you look at the upper half of the brackets, outside of Max Pax performing well and making it all the way to the finals, look at Mana, mate. Mana. Yeah. I mean, we've been praising him for quite some time, and there's a reason for that. We're praising him here as well. He takes down Hero 2-1.
Takes down Hero 2-1, takes down Skillus 2-1, falls to Max Pax in the upper finals, but then beats Skillus again for a second time, and then takes Max Pax all the way to the ace match in the grand finals. Man, oh man. He's getting to his final form. Or his second form.
Yeah, like it's results like this, which is like, mate, Mana's like one of the best Protoss players in Europe. Like, at least in PvP, right? Like, PvP carried him throughout this entire bracket. He played nothing but Protoss. So at least in the PvP matchup, he has been looking very, very good.
True, he is insane in PvP, but honestly, in Europe,
That's
all
all
you
you need.
need to be good at is PvP.
That's
That's all you need.
true.
You just need to be good
True.
versus
Even
Protoss in EU, and you're gonna go far.
exactly. That's how MaxX made it to the top, mate. That was like, oh my god. So Mana, yeah, popping off here in these matches. Shout out to Skillus, by the way, because Skillus did actually take down Gabe 2-0. Very impressive. They're in the lower half of the brackets. But in the end, of course, MaxX did take it, but did go all the way to the ace match. So GG, well played. MaxX was favored to take the entire tournament, but yeah, it was an unlikely second place placement here from Mana instead. Not by Hero or Gabe or Skillus or anyone else, but Mana.
Yeah. You say unlikely. It was unlikely, but
Yeah.
I feel like in our hearts we knew that it would have happened.
Also, I love that they gave Mixu a little prize. If you scroll all the way to the top, they gave like bonuses, and they gave Mixu best
Best
Zerg.
Zerg, yeah. It's the only Zerg that made it through. They didn't give it to Raynor because Raynor didn't play Zerg. Yeah.
Exactly. Aye. So shout out to Mixu, does earn some money there. Gabe with the best Terran, Mana with the MVP. True, well deserved MVP there for Mana, 100%.
Yeah. Didn't quite win the surprise. Look, I'm gonna say this is supporting evidence for me. He didn't win the surprise bonus award because no one was surprised that Mana made it to the finals. Mana, we all knew in our hearts he was gonna make it.
You know what's surprise? Why is the surprise Trondor?
Trondor, because he's a player who we haven't heard of before, but had a pretty good result. Not good enough to make it to the Wikipedia bracket, but if you look over here on Challenge...
Oh, he 2-0'd Spirit?
Yeah,
What the hell?
Spirit, if we look over on Challenge.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What happened there? What the hell happened?
Scroll to the upper bracket
2-0.
of the challenge page. I'm stalling. I'm stalling. I'm trying to buy time. Yeah,
so you
2-0 creature and then 2-0 spirit.
Yeah, that is the surprise. True.
Yep.
I don't know how he did it, but he did it. There you go. Damn.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Crazy. With that, GG well played. That does lead us into the KSL. I believe the final KSL of 2024, KSL number 66.
Yeah.
We had a plethora of Protoss and Zerg, as is typical here in the KSL. No Terrans, as it is too early for the Korean Terrans. They're all in bed. Yeah. They're all getting rest. They're all getting ready for the more degen hours of StarCraft. And we saw Hero get his revenge over Trigger.
That was a brief moment where we had the foreigner team house in where Trigger was able to enforce non-degen hours on the foreign Terran players, but alas, that is no longer the case. So we no longer have any Terran players in KSL.
No longer here. But we have plenty of Zerg and Protoss instead. And I'll be honest, coming into this tournament, I was getting ready for a Hero versus Rogue finals. I was looking forward to Hero versus Dark. I was looking for Hero versus Dark finals. Like, let's go. You know, it's been too long. We didn't cast a show match between them. I wanted to see them in a best of 5 here. Would be amazing. Would be beautiful. But Rogue, he popped off in that ZVZ. It was a very intense ZVZ, is what I will say, between Rogue and Dark, as you could imagine, very short. And Rogue did outdo Dark in the end, was the stronger player in the end. It did bring him down, and that led us into the finals instead, between Hero and not Dark, but Rogue instead.
Yeah. So a little bit of a different dynamic coming up here in this particular finals. I mean, we mentioned it a lot, Hero versus Dark. Hero and Dark, they're animals. You put them against each other, it's like two people just charging against each other. Rogue is not afraid to get dirty, but has a little bit more finesse to how he does things, which was his first mistake, really. He uses brain too much.
Exactly. too much in the end. Regardless, GG well played. Hero does claim the win, does take it, and does advance on as the champion of the final KSL of the year, which is fitting. Hero, he has the most wins in the history of KSL. So he is, of course, the final one of 2024. And we'll see if that leads or means anything coming into the new year. And we'll see if we can get a new rising star in the KSL. Till then, though, Hero does claim that final win.
Yeah,
That
see if
leads us
we can-
into.
I was gonna say we'll see if we can get some Terran players in KSL maybe for
We'll,
2025.
we'll try to
One
wake 'em up.
step
We'll
at
go
a
up.
time. One step at a time, I
Yeah.
suppose. Yeah.
Exactly. And that leads us into the WTCV Monday number 16, the final WTCV Monday of the year of 2024, which led us into almost, this wasn't quite the beginning, but throughout the course of December and especially these past like 2-3 weeks, I don't know if you've noticed, I don't know how much StarCraft you've been tuning into, Yaku, but we've seen the resurgence of Clem off racing and avoiding TVT entirely by playing Protoss instead.
Yes. Yeah, for the most part, he did play in a lot of TVPs because for the most part, his opponents were Protoss here. Takes out Geralt, takes out Classic, takes out Hero. Gets into the finals. He's up against a Terran player. He's up against actually his number one fan, number one cheerleader, number one fanboy, as well as his teammate Cure. And he decides to off race. He doesn't want to play a TVT. He has decided that this entire tournament, one way or another, he's going to be playing nothing but PVT or TVP.
Mhm.
Even if he has to play Protoss himself. And yeah, this time it worked out for him. He ends up 3-0 in Cure.
Yeah, so if you remember, this all started in the beginning of December in Home Story Cup. If you remember Home Story Cup with Gumiho, that
It was
is...
a little bit before that in the Home Story Cup qualifiers, actually.
Yeah, with Gumiho, actually.
Yeah.
If you remember.
Yes. And he
Where,
beat Gumiho.
where he did defeat Gumiho with his Protoss, and then we saw that in the big premiere event, of course, of Home Story Cup with Clem playing Protoss against Gumiho
Yeah.
and against the other 10 competitors as well.
It was just something that was so... I'm glad I was able to witness this firsthand, where first we had the Home Story Cup qualifiers, and this was Clem coming out right off the back of EWC. He played Protoss, he qualified, and a lot of us, we were kind of thinking, oh yeah, this is Clem. He's 100%, he's just having fun here. He knows that even if he doesn't win, he's going to get invited anyway, because why wouldn't you invite Clem? That's you as a tournament organizer. It feels like you're basically shooting yourself in the foot if you don't have Clem for your big offline tournament. So, yeah, Clem, he's just having a little bit of fun here, but he's still winning anyway, so it just goes to show how good he is. Then at Home Story Cup, he whips it out again, and he confirms to us, and he says, yeah, no, I just flat out do not like TVT, so I'm just going to play PVT. And he's, again, winning in PVT. Wasn't quite able to beat Gumiho in the rematch, until Gumiho was able to win that whole thing, but Clem... he's shaping up to be one of the... we'll see where this goes and how this develops, but I think he's shaping up to be the first player who is legitimately competitive in 2 races.
Yeah, it's definitely seeming to be that way here. It was a couple of weeks ago in the LiuLi where we actually casted Clem versus Ryung, and I think that was the first time that Clem started doing it more. That was like the turning point for Clem in online tournament, where Clem, he started the series as Terran against Ryung. He lost game 1, and then he switched to Protoss. He beat Ryung, and ever since then, now it's become more common. And I can't remember the last time I've casted Clem's TVT, because whether it's in this, and we're going to be seeing it in more tournaments as well in the lead up to Master Coliseum and the LiuLi Cup. But Clem, at this point, he has gotten to the point where he no longer plays TVTs. It is his worst matchup. It was his worst matchup, so he's been avoiding it, and he has been embracing Protoss instead, and he's been having a lot of success.
Yeah. Pretty soon we're gonna have to Liquipedia editors are gonna have to pull a lemon on Clem, where next to the Terran symbol they're gonna have to put the Protoss symbol there, because legitimately he is competitive in both races now.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, with that, he 3-0's Cure in the finals. Very impressive. Cure is very much so in form. He took down Zaun, took down Byun as well. Cure it took down Solar. Like, these are big wins for Cure. But last does fall 3-0. This was a dominant showing at a Clem in those finals.
How big do you think Cure's smile was when he was up against Clem here in the grand finals? I mean, I
He's
know
like,
that they do
yes,
talk to each other
Protoss
quite a bit. They
me.
are teammates, but like ever since he
Uh-huh.
joined Team Liquid, this was like
Mhm.
before Clem won DreamHack Dallas even. And to be fair, I mean, I get it. I was a big Clem fanboy before he won a championship. Like when he won his first ESL Masters EU, or even before he won his first ESL Masters EU, I was a big Clem fanboy. So I get where Cure's coming from, but I remember he was interviewed when he first got picked up by Team Liquid, and this was a big deal because this was the first time in years, the first time since I think Teja, back in the day, that Team Liquid picked up a Korean player. The entire time, Kyo was just talking nonstop about Clem and being like, "Oh yeah, it's a huge deal being able to join Team Liquid. You know, Clem, that boy, he's going places. You know, he's gonna become the next big thing." And it's like, Kyo, calm down, bro. I'm a big Clem fan as well, but I guess I can't hold a title to. I can't. My fanboyness for Clem cannot hold a candle to Kyo's fanboyness for Clem.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm sure he practices with Clem. Even
Yeah,
I'm sure like Cure is
definitely
maybe even
do.
a part of the reason why
They
Clem's PvT is so good. So
They definitely
yeah, I mean, I'm
exchange
sure that all
ideas
kind
quite a bit. When Clem came to Korea, I'm sure Kyo was just like camping outside the foreigner house, like, "Yo,
of.
Clem, how we doing, mate?"
I'm sure that was a big part of it. And yeah, with that,
Uh,
like Clem, his PvT is terrifying. At this point, I almost want to say Clem has the best PvT in the world, based on his performances over
Bold
the past
move, but
couple
I
of
think the
weeks.
results can back it up. I think
Yeah,
empirically, you can make a very strong case of that.
it's the only way that the only reason why I'm a little bit tentative is just because we still like the sample size is still very small, right? Like
Yep.
it's still like a
We
handful of games. Like he looks good, but I feel like we need to see more. Like we need to see more of Clem,
yeah,
we need to see more of his Protoss to really get a better
we
idea of like where he is and be more confident in kind of that placement.
yeah, we need to see more of Clem versus Spirit, which I guess that spoils for
True.
later. But we need to see more of Clem against some of the top TVP players out there, right?
Mhm. Yeah, for sure, for sure.
And
So
not
with
just
that,
Clem versus them, but also, we also need to compare that to Max Facts versus the top Terran players against Hero
Mhm.
versus the top Terran players, etc.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. So with that, Clemmy does win with his Protoss, of course, here in the Woody TV Monday number 16. That leads us into the Pixar Monday number 13 here, where there was no Clem. Again, Clem has been playing less in these events. I'll be honest, I think Clem is becoming less of a degen. I think he is now actually going to
No.
bed and at proper times. It's been a while since I've seen him play in a
Missing
Pikachu
trigger.
Monday. Yeah, it's the
Yo,
influence. It's because they started playing 2v2s.
exactly. I was gonna say this coincides with when he started playing 2v2 with Trigger. So,
Yeah, there you go.
what was
Being whipped into shape.
yeah, exactly. You know what people say, the inner voice in your head that is like
Mhm,
telling you to do things that you should be doing, the nagging voice in your head. Apparently for
mhm.
most people, it sounds like their parents. For Clem, it sounds like Trigger.
Yeah. And you know what? This is the example. This is a good example of like the inverse, like the negative or the positive of the dynamic
The
between Iba and
2v2
Jumi.
therapy. Yeah. The
Yeah.
team game
This
therapy.
is like the positive outcome of like Trigger and Clem. This is like the example of like a healthy relationship and like a healthy duo. And then on the other side you have
Yeah.
Iba and Jumi who are just like
You
yelling
know
at each other like nonstop.
and you know what the difference is?
Uh-huh.
Clem and Trigger, sure, both of them understand Protoss, but neither of
Uh-huh.
them play Zerg. It's Terran
Oh.
Protoss and Protoss.
Mhm.
Jumi and Iba, it's a dark combination. It's Zerg Protoss and Protoss. So Iba, he plays. I'm just gonna say it. Zerg is the difference.
You say
Protoss
that.
is the constant here. The different Protoss is the constant variable. The
Uh-huh.
different variable is one plays Zerg and one plays Terran. So
That is true. I mean, I was going to say that Iba, he also main races Protoss, but so does Clem, right? Like they both have that inner
yeah,
Protoss within them, right?
it's their off rate that's
they're
different.
trying to bring together. Exactly, it's the off race that is the problem here. And really what we're getting at is that eventually they're just going to be fully converted to Protoss.
Exactly.
That's
But
just
I
going to
wanted
happen.
I
to
mean,
say that
they
Iba was trying
if they want
Terran
to save
too.
their relation, well, he did stick to it. He had no commitment. He couldn't commit.
Yeah, that's the real problem. It's about the commitment. Ah,
Well,
no.
basically, what you're saying is to save your relationship, just switch to
Uh-huh.
Protoss.
There you go. There you go.
If you
It's just,
want,
you know
if
what?
you
It means it's just
what
less
means more to
stress.
you? You know, what means more to you? Your relationship
Mhm.
or your
Uh-huh.
sanity?
Exactly. There you go.
There you go.
But with that leads us into the figures for Monday number
Yes.
13. Max he does pop off. As we were saying, there is no DGen Clem here. He has been going to bed on time. He has been going to sleep. And as a result, that does leave the door open to Max. He does get his revenge, by the way. Max takes down a hero 3-1. They have had more of a back and forth recently, and Max
Still,
finally does bring him down.
once again, showing that it's still very much in flux. That hero, he hasn't reclaimed it yet.
Huh.
It's still like it's
still
still
yet
up
to be
in the air a
claimed.
bit. Yeah, it's still
Yeah.
yet to be
Yeah.
claimed.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Couldn't have put it better myself.
Yeah.
Beautiful. As that leads us into another one-off event here that we also were going to cover, but I believe this was also clashing with another event at the time, so it's just a lot of StarCraft going on. But shout out to Hatsu, of course, for hosting and organizing the New Year Cup 2025, which was once again more European focused. We had Geralt. Popping up, making it deeper.
CIS focused specifically.
Oh yeah. Does make a deeper run in the event. We had Nicorect popping off, taking down Replicant at 2-0, takes down Shameless 2-1, and then we had a best of 5 grand finals between Geralt and Nicorect. Went all the way to the ace match, was back and forth, and in the end, Geralt did take it, just barely though, just barely.
Yeah, congratulations here to Geralt. He absolutely had a really good showing. He definitely looked dominant until getting to those finals where Nicorect gave him a run for his money. But I gotta say, Nicorect, I'm not sure if impressed is the right word to use here, but earlier in the broadcast we were talking about how he kind of underperformed a little bit in Fire Grow Cup. I think he absolutely redeemed himself here in New Year Cup 2025.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it shows that like a little bit. I'm sure it has to come down to his form on the day, right? Like how good is he feeling? Did he rest? Did he get some food? How well is he on the day of the tournaments, on game day, if you will? Wait, get in there. We're almost there. Don't worry. We're gonna make it. Yeah, it's all good.
Yes.
With that, so congratulations to both Nicorect and Geralt. That leads us into the Hub Cup number 3. Now, what I will say immediately, looks like feedback was received. It is still double elimination, but if you notice, this time best of 3s.
Yeah, Hubsaya, he listened to us.
He did.
He listened to what we had to say a couple of minutes ago, and so he made some changes.
You know what? Feedback was received, and feedback was implemented. You know what? Well done. There you go.
Yeah.
Props to Old Mate Hub.
Job. Yeah.
There you go. But only a best of 5 finals, best of 3 for all the other matches. We did have Nicorect taking a map off of Max Pax. I mean, Nicorect, he's been a beast in the TVP matchup. He's an animal. He's also very aggressive, a lot of all-ins, so I'm sure that was a factor coming into a series against Max Pax. Clem takes down Max Pax 2-0 in the upper bracket finals, and Max Pax, he comes back for his revenge. We have actually a back and forth best of 5 between the two of them that went all the way to the ace match.
I feel like this is poetic, right? It's been weeks since we had a Clem Max Pax matchup playing against each other. Now we finally get them back, not once, but twice in the same tournament. And they go back and forth.
They do. They go back and forth in the end. So, GG, well played. This is a dynamic that we haven't seen in quite some time. I mean, Clem still did take down Max Pax initially 2-0, but great to see that we had that back and forth in the end, which we do all crave, that we do all want between these two competitors. So GG, well played. Max Pax does redeem himself towards the end. That leads us into the What Is TV Monday number 17, where the dynamic just keeps happening here. Clem versus Max Pax was not meant to be in the What Is TV Monday number 17 because Hero takes on Max Pax once again in the semis. Oh my god.
Once again, that claim is still being read.
what is that, like the third time in this podcast where Hero takes out Max Packs? Like likewise, it's either Shin or Hero. Like
Yeah.
it just keeps happening. It's crazy.
They got their target locked. Their eyes set on Max Packs.
Oh yeah. They do. So a big win there for Hero as he takes down Max Packs, going on to the grand finals. Meanwhile, this is another example of Clem. He takes down Classic 2-0, then he switches to Protoss. And we saw previously Clem take down Cure 3-0. Here, Clem takes down Beyond 2-1.
Yeah, in the PVT, which again, these are big names that Clem's taking down with his Protoss.
Yeah, both Cure and Beyond, they're both very, very competitive players in the Korean scene. In the end, Clem did take down Hero 3-1. It was a much more dominant showing there towards the grand finals. And again, Clem once again showing off his prowess as Terran and Protoss as well. That leads us into the Pegasaur Monday number 14. Again, Pegasaur Monday, Clem is nowhere to be found. He's asleep, Pappy. He's sleeping because he should be sleeping because this is DJ hours in Europe, thankfully. And once again, rematch between Max Packs and Hero.
Yeah, the grand finals, and this time Max Packs takes the claim.
Yeah. This time he does take it. May have lost in the World TV Monday, but here he does pull off the reverse sweep. If you look at the scoreline, Hero was up 2-0. I remember casting this. He was up 2-0, and Max Packs with the reverse sweep. He brings it back. He brings it home. He does get his revenge, and yeah, reclaims what was once his.
Yeah. GG, very nicely done. Shout out as well to Celdesis, who was the only Zerg player, not just in the Liquipedia bracket, but apparently in the entire tournament, because he does not even show up, or they don't even show up in the notable participants list.
No.
It's empty.
Oh, the Protoss. It's an online tournament. Protoss and Terran. Protoss and Terran. That's all it is.
We can never have all three races in an online tournament. Let's be real. Pick two. Like, you have Protoss, and then it's pick one more for an online tournament. Do you want Terran with your Protoss, or do you want Zerg with your Protoss, you know?
Exactly. Unless it's, a Korean event like a KSL or an Alima League. As up next, we have Alima League 235. And here we did have some Zerg representation. We actually just finished casting this. This was an 8-hour cast that I finished like 2 hours before we just went live with the podcast. Very, very long cast here. We had a wall of Protoss towards the top side. We had some Terran and some Zerg towards the south instead. Trigger, he popped off, took down Cure. Very impressive. Likewise, Hearthstone took down Classic. Hearthstone, he was popping off himself. Some crazy results in the PvP. If you're curious, he all-in the hell out of Classic with one base all-ins 2 games in a row. It was
maybe he's the nigga chin.
Yeah, he just cheesed the hell out of him. Hero, instead, he breaks through all the Protoss players. Meanwhile, Shin takes down Ryung. A little bit of a side note, no surprise, but in the TVT, Ryung, 2-0 Beyond. That's what he does, Pappy. That's who he be. The tuner, the Terran, the TVT. Crazy. It's good.
So many T's, yeah.
Oh yeah. I there was some banter between Ryung and Beyond in their games, by the way, where where Ryung, he proxy 2x Beyond, and Beyond told him to leave, and he did not leave. He beat the hell out of Beyond. So there was some lovely banter between the two of them. But in the end, it was the grand finals, an ex-CJ showdown between Hero and Shin.
I forgot that Shin wasn't CJ. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, they do interact outside of the game. If you follow them on Instagram, they do post whenever they go out to eat. Not just the two of them, but with Bunny as well. The ex-CJ boys, they all rock up together. Great to see. And in the end, Hero does take it. It went all the way to the ace match. Likewise, reverse sweep. Shin up 2-0, and then Hero won 3 games in a row. It would bring Shin down in the end. A very impressive performance there out of Hero. Again, Hero, he's actually been winning a lot of these tournaments throughout the course of the month. Well played.
Yeah, he's getting back. He took a break. He stopped playing altogether in online events to focus on EWC, and then after EWC, he also took a little bit of a break. Came back in November, and didn't quite get back in form, but seems like with an additional month to grind, Hero, he's getting back in championship form.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he is getting back into championship form. With that, that leads us into the Masters Coliseum. We're reaching the end here. The qualifiers we already did cover in the previous podcast, but now we can go over the group stage. The group stage for Masters Coliseum coming into this. I believe we just wrapped up with all 4 groups. They have finally come to a conclusion here. And let's get into it. Let's get into those results.
Yeah.
I believe we had already gone over Group A, and I believe we had already gone over Group. Yeah, I believe we had already gone over Group A and Group B at the time. Group B, Raynor and Max Packs making it through. Skills and Rogue barely, not quite.
Yeah. And I remember this. I didn't watch all these matches live, but I do remember looking at the result and pretty much everyone being unanimous. Group C and Group D, major upsets.
Oh yeah, crazy upsets here. I feel a little bit vindicated in a sense where I'm pretty sure for Group C I did predict Hero and Gumiho to make it through. But I did not expect Maru to come out in last place here, as Maru had a very rough time in this series.
Clutched it out. Managed to take down Maru 2-1. Absolutely insane. Hero and Gumiho, I gotta level with you, Light. I would have predicted Gumiho to make it out. Specifically in this group, I just feel like his over Maru as well. I would have just predicted Gumiho. His TV, I'm gonna say something potentially controversial. I think Gumiho has the best TBT in the world right now.
Oh, those are fighting words, mate. Don't let Ryung hear you.
More so than Ryung. I think we need a show match to really settle that.
Yep. True. Next up,
I'm saying, Home Story Cup, Gumiho beat Maru. Ryung could not beat Maru.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
So, you know.
You're not wrong, mate.
So, yeah, I would have definitely predicted Gumiho to make it out. And then, I would have pictured second place would have been either Hero or Maru. And I'm going to be honest, I would have leaned towards Maru as well.
Yeah. I mean, Maru, he just had a really hard time here in this group. Lancer popped off. He popped off specifically with these more gateway-heavy styles, these more aggressive styles. Storm as well, some really, really clutch moments. It was close, is what I will say. It was very close between Maru and Lancer. Lancer did clutch it out in the end. And, I mean, we have been showcasing Hero popping off in these online tournaments. Hero is in form. He does take down Maru as well. Maru just having a really rough performance here in the group stage, not necessarily showing his best here, unfortunately. And again, you got to come in with your best if you have against Gumiho and Hero.
Yeah, I think in hindsight, maybe you could say that predicting Maru to make it out instead of Hero or Gumiho is a little bit bold, considering the fact that historically Hero has been the player who has been giving Maru the most. Well, apart from probably Serral, in Korea, Hero has been the player giving Maru the most trouble in these past few years, and then of course recently Gumiho has just had a positive record against Maru. If we're just looking at Home Story Cup, so again, hindsight, yeah, Hero and Gumiho, that makes the most sense, but I think most people expect a lot more from Maru.
I mean, when we were doing our predictions for this group, I'm pretty sure we both said that like this was a really rough group to predict, and it would be brutal for any of these 3 players not to make it through. It's just a really rough group. Like if Maru was in Group B or in Group D, I would. Oh, actually, even Group D was a rough one.
Maybe not Group D.
These are rough groups, mate. These are
maybe Group A.
These are... No, actually, you know what? I would say Group D. Actually, yeah, I'd say he'd make it through.
But then who would you replace? Is the question. Over Spirit? Yeah, over Spirit or Sound, and yeah, sure.
Yeah, for sure. So just a rough setup there from Maru, and in the end, Hero and Gumiho do make it through. Maru, he is out of Masters Coliseum, and that leads us into Group D, where we also had a very close result and a very controversial result as well. So when we were casting initially, I'd assumed that Clem had already made it through. I don't know if you noticed something here, but specifically, we have a 3-way tie, kind of, where we have 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. And we have Clem with 5-4 as a scoreline. And he in a regular tournament would be placed over Spirit. Yeah. He would be placed over Spirit. But we actually had to adjust the we had to adjust Wikipedia the actually way that they do it,
Because
because usually we do count wins, and that is not the case here, specifically in Master Coliseum.
yeah, it went with the head-to-head here, which was a little bit valued higher. This it's a little bit of an odd format here. We don't typically see round robin for a for 4-man groups, but it's something that can be done. It's just a rule of favoring head-to-head
Mhm.
over map score that
Yeah.
leads to some pretty wonky results like this.
Yeah, it was very controversial. I know a lot of people were very upset about it on like forums and stuff, because they were like, why is this specific rule here and not everywhere else? Like, why are they doing it differently? But at the end of the day, that is how they
That thing,
prioritize
yeah.
it. You know, they do value head-to-head more than that map win score, as you did mention. So because of that technicality, Spirit did come out on top of it. Clem, I actually don't think Clem realized that he didn't make it through until afterwards as well. Like, I think he just assumed that he had just made it through. Was not the case. So yeah, as a result, through
Do you
technicality,
think Spirit
Clem,
knew that he made it through?
I didn't.
Do you think Spirit assumed
I'm not.
that he didn't
Yeah,
make it
I'm not sure
after
about that
losing to
either.
Sound?
Yeah, crazy, crazy. And again, like, it was very close. Clem, of course, he took down Oliveira with his Protoss. Was able to take down Zaun. Did go to the ace match against Spirit. Spirit, he barely did take down Clem. It was a very fun series. What I will say. Spirit versus Clem was very
Yeah,
clutch between the two of them. I do think that it was a very interesting, dynamic TVP. And with that,
we
because Clem went to the ace match in every single series, he barely didn't make it out of the group. Barely.
yeah, just barely. I was able to catch Spirit versus Clem though, and
Mhm.
yeah, like you were saying, it was a very entertaining series, very dynamic as well. And I'm gonna be honest, I knew Spirit was good at TVP, but
Mhm.
this was specifically the match that made me say maybe Spirit is the best TVP player in the world.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, I
what
don't
I
think we
will.
can definitively say the best, but at least
Mhm.
top 3, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that specifically this series showed that Spirit, he's really good against Clem's style. And if you notice, Clem is hyper aggressive when he plays Protoss. He's
Yes.
very in your face with Blink Stalkers, with harassment, with just drops into the main, with Zealot run-bys as well. But something that Clem, a bit of a weakness of that, is that he intentionally doesn't actually leave a lot at home. And what Spirit did abuse is drop play. He was just going
Yep.
for non-stop drop play.
But
He
he does
was
the
able to
best.
sneak out. He was able to
He,
avoid observers. He was able to avoid the vision of Clem. And whenever Clem was being active across the map, whenever he was trying to be aggressive on Spirit, he'd be punished for it by drop play, and he'd be losing workers back at home. And he'd just be pulled apart,
yeah.
and would just having a hard time playing the way that he would want to approach this matchup.
Yeah, to quote Cyril, referring to Spirit, what the mad lad.
100%, 100%. So it's really cool to see that. This is something that the other Terran players weren't doing as much. So again, Spirit just had a very different vibe, very different kind of pace to his way that he approached TVP, and Clem had a really hard time adjusting to that. And with that, did go the way of Spirit in the end. GG. That leads us into the playoff bracket, and while we can, Yaku, it is going to be in
Yes.
a couple of days. Let's get
Well,
some fresh predictions
yeah,
going.
we already know we're not getting Max Fax versus Clem, so
True, true. Oh boy. So we have our playoff bracket. Hero versus Estrella. We got our PvP. What are you going
yes.
for?
Estrella.
Oh, okay. Okay. The Max
That's
Angel.
the Max Angel. I know Hero is looking to reclaim his claim,
Mm-hmm.
but I can't. I just can't root against Max Angel. You know.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm going to go for Hero for that one. Reina versus Spirit.
Spirit.
Piotr,
I think
even though it's
Spirit's
not a
out.
TvP.
I think Piotr's out for revenge. I think after
Okay.
Big Brain Basilisk bout, Piotr's out for revenge, and he wants to unleash his
Uh-huh.
madness. And I think it's gonna go to. I think my brain is telling me that Rainer has the upper hand, but my soul is telling me that Spirit is gonna take it.
Okay. Okay. See what you do there. Zan and Max Pax. What are you going for?
I'm going for Zaun in this one.
Mhm.
And this is 100% a heart pick. I feel like Zaun, out of all of the players in the playoffs, he is the dark horse. So
Mhm.
yeah, I want to see Zaun do well. My eyes on him.
Okay. 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 And Cell versus Gumiho.
I want to say Gumiho. Deep in
Uh-huh.
my heart, I want to say Gumiho, but
Uh-huh.
we didn't get to see them face in Home Story Cup, so
Yeah, we brought it up at the
we
time.
barely did
This
see it. Yeah.
Yeah, like Gumiho, he
I,
got quote unquote lucky in the sense that he did flex his TVT and TVP. I do think the TVZ is his weakest matchup, and
Mhm.
as you mentioned, he avoided Serral at Home Story Cup, which was very fortunate. He doesn't avoid him here, so in a way, like we're able to see it, right? Where it's like we missed that at Home Story Cup, but now we get to see it here and now, and this is
I
gonna be telling for things
yeah.
to come for Gumiho. I feel.
And I have to say, I think Cyril's gonna take it,
Mhm.
but I don't want to think. So I'm gonna say
Okay.
Gumi God will take it in the end.
Okay. Okay. Let's go. Let's go.
I think Cyril's gonna take it, but I don't like thinking.
All right, so
I'm gonna go with Gumi God.
let's have a grander prediction here. It's gonna have a slight grander prediction coming into this. Now, for last time we predicted
Hold on,
whether or
what are
not there
your
was gonna be like
predictions? Oh wait, you
Hero
already said them.
Rainer,
Yeah, you already
yeah, Hero Rainer,
you said
Max,
both of
Pax, and
them.
Cyril.
Okay.
Yeah,
The boring
yeah.
predictions. Okay.
Yeah, the rate, the
Wait, so you're just
obvious
going the
predictions.
opposite of
What do you
me?
mean?
Wait, so you're just going the
No,
opposite
not
of
at
me?
all.
You're just I see what you did. Okay, I see.
Not at all.
Just
Not at all. I
yeah.
think
You're just picking the opposite of what I pick. Okay.
no. But when it comes to the grander prediction, what would be a fun thing to predict? Last time we were talking about Clem and Max, but that is impossible here, unfortunately. So,
Off race. I think
do you?
a fun prediction is off race frequency.
Hmm. I mean,
Rainer is the only one who has
yeah, that's
demonstrated
the
a
problem.
willingness to off race.
That's the problem. And Raynor typically only off races against Zerg. Now, if Raynor plays against
Arrow Rainer
Cyril,
finals,
Raynor
and it's gonna be
finals.
off race, and Rainer's gonna
Uh-huh.
play Protoss against Cyril.
Yeah, yeah,
I know
yeah.
that contradicts what I predicted, but
See, this is what happens when you
that
start using
like,
your brain, Yaku. This
that
is the
that
power
that's
of the brain.
that
Let's go.
that's a finals that I would love to see. Rainer
Uh-huh.
Protoss versus Cyril Zerg.
So we actually have seen that before, not a finals. We have seen Rangers Protoss against Cyril Zerg. I agree. I think if they do play, I
That'd be
think
very
Rangers
fun.
off racing. Yeah, I think he's off racing as Protoss. I think that's going to happen again, for sure. But who do you think the finals are going to be? I know if Rainer and Cyril happens in the finals, you want to see the PVZ, but do you
Right.
think they will face off in the finals?
Well, based on what I predicted, that's that cannot happen. So
That's not going to stop you from
I'm
predicting those.
sticking. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Who do I think is gonna make it to the finals? I don't like thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's going to make it to the finals? Bearing in mind, there's lower bracket as well. So, like, if someone gets knocked down, they can still make it through. So,
That is accurate.
yeah.
So I already mentioned I want to see Zaun doing well here because I think he's a dark horse. So I'm gonna say Zaun is one of them. And I'm gonna say that Zaun beats Spirit in the grand finals.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Quarterfinals I want to see. That's what I'm going for.
Let's go. Let's go. You know what, Master Coliseum, I'm actually getting Master Coliseum 7 vibes from this. I could be misremembering, but Master Coliseum 7 was a finals between Hero and Several, right?
No, it was Hero and Maru, right? Or
No, yeah, Hero and Several, yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm thinking of something else completely. Holy shit.
You might be thinking of like Stars War 11 or something.
Stars War, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like looking at this bracket immediately. I just got deja vu from Master Coliseum 7, which was a finals between Cyril and Hero, and I would love to see that again. Like I know what it is, but I just love seeing them face off.
What was that?
It was
because I remember that was
5-1.
like just before Cyril like really got into his final format, Katowice 2025, 2024. Freudian slip because I want there to be a Katowice 2025, but
yeah, for sure. Was 5-1. Was 5-1. And yeah, Hero, I think he was the only player to take a map off of Cyril in the entire tournament.
in the playoffs.
Yeah, the playoffs. Yeah.
I remember the group stage. I remember in the group stage it was like Cyril lost one series, and then proceeded not to drop a single map after that.
Mhm, mhm. So I'm feeling
He
once
took it
again Hero versus
personally.
Serral. Yeah, I'm feeling that. My heart wants maybe Serral Gumiho in the finals. Like that like I would love to
It's
see like a
possible.
rematch in the finals, regardless of how that goes. Like that just sounds fun to me. Like I still remember they faced off in oh god, they faced off in an offline tournament where they actually had a really close
Yongchiping.
series. Yep, there you go,
2023
Yongchiping.
Yongchiping. Yeah,
Yeah,
2023 Yongchiping. It looked like Serral was gonna 4-0, but then Gumiho managed to take 2 games off of
yeah.
one of them being BCs and the other one being a
Hmm.
straight up macro game where he went for multi-pronged bio. It
Hmm.
was really impressive there for Gumiho. Serral took it in the end. It was 4-2, but I think most of
Yeah.
us who were watching it just didn't think. I remember this specifically. I was watching
Hmm.
this with one of our clan members, Princess. We were watching it live.
Uh-huh.
I remember it was the multi-prong game, I think, where they were just saying Gumiho's dead. Gumiho's dead. There's no way he can take it. He's dead. Serral's gonna take this 4-1 or 4-0. Gumiho's dead. He's just dead. And all of a sudden Gumiho won and they were like, "Oh, holy shit. I guess he's not." I remember I was
Yeah,
like, "You didn't believe in the Gloomy God. How
yeah,
dare
that best
you?"
of seven. That best of seven was really entertaining. It was really entertaining. It was a little fun. There was a lot of hype around it. As you mentioned, like no one really expected Gumiho to put up much of a fight against Serral. Like Serral, he was looking like a monster in that. And so for Gumiho to actually make a series out of it was amazing. So part of me wants to like replicate that kind of feeling here. So part of me wants like maybe Serral versus Gumiho in the finals, but my brain is like Hero Serral in the finals. But there's
See,
a lot
that's
of
your
like
first problem.
yeah, but there's a lot of potential here for like I don't know Max Packs popping off or Raynor doing well. Like there's potential for Spirit maybe in some of these TVPs. Um, but yeah, we'll see. I want Gumiho to do well. I want him to have. It's always fun watching Gumiho. Always fun.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that.
So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. As by the time we have the next podcast, we're gonna be halfway through the bracket. I think so. Yeah, we'll have
Yeah.
some time.
Finals are scheduled for January 19th, so
Yeah. There you go. There you
about a
go.
week before Lunar New Year. Or no, exactly a week before. No, wait, my math. Wait, 7. So 1 week has 7 days. When is
Uh-huh.
the Lunar New Year? It's
Fine,
around
it's
that
fine.
time.
Around that time. That leads us into the final event to catch up on here is the LiuLi Cup. We did of course have the qualifiers for the event. We had the global qualifiers, the regional qualifiers as well. Very quickly going through
Yes.
them. The qualifiers were actually quite intense, quite impressive. Quickly going over through the Asia qualifier, we had Shin making it through over Solar. We had Gumiho making it through over Byeon, and we had Solar making it through over Beyond as well. So we had Shin, Gumiho, and Solar, 2 Zergs and a Terran through the Asia qualifier. Did make it through?
Yeah. Perfectly balanced, as all things are. Kind of the usual suspects kind of popping up over here.
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah.
honestly kind of impressed. I'm honestly impressed that Beyond managed to take a map off of Gumiho. I'm not gonna lie. You mentioned a while ago Beyond lately his kryptonite has been TVT. I mentioned that I think right now Gumiho is the best TVT player in the world, so I'm impressed with Beyond over there. He didn't qualify,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's not bad.
Did well for himself. Likewise, that leads us into the European and Americas qualifier where we had
Yes.
Skillus making it through over Mana. Big win there. Mana took down a laser again, by the way. That that
Yep.
did happen again, where Mana knocks down a laser, Skillus knocks
A
down
closer
Mana.
series this time, but yeah.
True. Was the closest series. Spirit, he popped off. We were fortunate enough to cast this, and honestly, Christiana should have 2-0'd Spirit. It was crazy. I still remember the game. It
I'm
was on
telling you, man, it's
Amygdala.
TVP.
Yeah, like Cristiano, he was out of his mind. Like Cristiano, he was looking so good, and
Well,
we typically rate Spirit over him. Spirit was the favorite player to make it through, so we weren't really expecting this to go to the ace match. And specifically, it was in game 2 where Cristiano, he was up in bases, he was up in economy, he was up like 40 supply, 40 50 army supply. It was on Amygdala, one of the larger maps in the map pool. Spirit was dead in the water, and Spirit, he just kept dropping. He just kept dropping nonstop, like back and forth, and he just kept
Doing
Cristiano
his
busy.
best.
Like
Yeah.
he just bought time. He just bought time. He was like getting a couple of workers here and there, a couple more workers here and there, a couple more workers here. That's like, oh my god, okay, we're losing a little bit too much. We're losing bases now, and you could see the frustrations because Spirit could not fight Cristiano's main army. If they ever engage, the Spirit loses 100%. So he was just constantly avoiding the main fight, and you could see how frustrated Cristiano was. He was like, "Fight me!" And Spirit's like, "God no!" he just avoided the entire time, and he brought it back, and then he took it 2-1. It was insane. It was insane, and I felt so bad for Cristiano because he did so well, and I wasn't really expecting it. So Spirit does qualify. He was favored. He was meant to qualify, but yeah, it was crazy to see Cristiano looking so good against him.
Yeah,
It's
well, that's
crazy.
foreshadowing, I think. But before that, we should
Mm.
just conclude here by mentioning the final player from this qualifier to make it through,
No
Mana.
surprise.
2-1
Yeah.
Australia. Yeah, no one's surprised. It's Mana, mate.
It's my
I mean, I
mate,
know, I know,
it's me.
I know. Throughout
Uh-huh.
Duckling Showdown, I was spinning this tale of Australia being the old veteran detective coming out and being replaced by a young face. Mana, he's even older than Australia, mate. So
He is. He's so old. He's like perpetually like in black and
yeah.
white or something. Like
He's
it's
actually Australia's grandfather from the old times.
Yeah,
He taught him
yeah.
everything.
He's got that. Exactly. Taught him everything he knew, and everyone thought Mana was dead, but no, he had faked his death long ago, and he was still out in the darkness, out in the shadows, helping from afar, and he killed Australia.
He killed his
Oh my-
grandson.
He did. Oh my, it's
It
crazy.
was like,
The
you
drama.
lost the trigger. You are unworthy of the badge.
Mhm. So yeah, GG. Mana, he qualifies for LiuLi Cup, and that led us into the final global
Yes.
qualifier.
One spot remaining.
Mhm.
Super stacked bracket. We had Björn, we had Creator, we had Goblin, we had Zaun, we had
Trigger.
Trigger, we had Nicorakt, but in the end, the player who we had Gerald. In the end, the player who qualified, the player who beat Björn, Creator, Zaun, and Geralt to qualify
Ah,
was Christianer. Only dropping
that
a
was
single map and to Zaun throughout the entire thing.
yeah. That was not an easy run. That was not an easy run here for Cristiano. And on the one hand, Björn was the favorite player coming into this. Björn, he was meant
Yeah.
to qualify. He was meant to win, and it was a crazy best of 3. As we mentioned before, I was alluding to the fact that Cristiano, he looked so good against Spirit, and there's a world where he beats Spirit, and then Spirit's here instead. Beating Björn maybe. But yeah, like Cristiano, he looked very good, and it caught me a little bit off guard because Cristiano, he has been less active as of late. I mean, in the sense that he hasn't been competing in as many, tuna cups or as many turtle tussles or just as many online tournaments. Despite that, still clearly in form, and yeah, did very well here. Very well.
Yeah, why, nicely done. Well deserved. Huge upsets all around.
Hmm. Oh yeah, for sure. Because that means that Björn isn't a part of the event. Björn, he is denied entry into the LiuLi Cup. So is Trigger, so is Down, so is Ryung, so is Creator. An unlikely of players making it through the global qualifier, Cristiano.
Yeah.
And that leads us into the main event.
Yes. that
And
leads us-
we
Yeah, I was gonna say it is, of course, the LiuLi Cup, and so of
Mhm.
course we have a little bit of a graphic here, a little bit biased.
yeah.
It's only Protoss up in there.
Yeah. I don't really know what's happening here in the graphic, but our not our chance. What's his name? Alarak. Alarak is very
Alarak,
upset
yeah.
about something.
He looks like a Toblerone.
He's giving Artanis the red card, right? Is he
Yeah,
is he
that's a red
offside?
card. Yeah.
Let's see what's happened. Was there a foul going on?
Yo, he just okay. Look at the pose of
Mhm.
Artanis there. It looks like he just
Mhm.
went for a tackle.
Oh,
He went for an
okay.
illegal tackle, but against
Uh-huh.
whom is the question.
Yeah, gets beyond.
It's beyond. He drop kicked Björn.
Oh no, not like this. I'm sure there's a story behind this, but yes, we have the LiuLi Cup. We just wrapped up with Group A not too long ago, a couple of days ago here, and we had Reina and Gumiho making it out of the group.
Mhm.
If you remember, this was the final event
Yes.
of Oliveira, the final event before the retirement.
Yeah, it. I think it was something that maybe weighed on him a little bit. I wasn't able to watch all of his matches, but I did watch his series against Rogue, and I gotta be honest, it did look a little bit like his heart wasn't in it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was definitely a rough series. I mean, Oliveira, he was off racing, of course. He was playing Protoss throughout all of this, and I mean, he had a back and forth against Reina. Reina also agreed to off race against him. Reina played Terran, so they were able to off race against each other. But yeah, it was definitely a little bit bittersweet here watching these matches. In the end, that Reina and Gumiho make it through. Oliveira and Rogue do not. So that is Group A concluding. And tomorrow is going to be Group B, which means we have some time here to go over and have our own predictions for the group stage.
Okay.
The final predictions.
Yeah.
As we get into Group B going to be featuring Serral, going to be featuring Mana, Spirit, and Hero. These groups are stacked.
Yeah.
We got to get used to that. But yeah, these groups are insane. We got a Zerg, 2 Protoss, and a Terran.
Interesting. So, who do you think is gonna make it out of Group B then, Light?
I mean, you kind of heard like what I once had of Masters Coliseum with Serral and Hero, so I've
All
got to be on Serral and Hero here. It's hard because there's a lot of hype around Mana, and Spirit has been looking really good as well. I almost want to say, is this the hardest? This group is harder than Group D. Is it harder than Group C? Oh, maybe.
Yes. Yeah, I would say so.
Maybe.
I would say
Yeah.
so.
This might be the group to death.
I have to agree.
That's crazy. So for now, I'm going to be tentatively saying Serral and Hero. Serral and Hero.
Okay. I want this on the record. The reason why I'm picking these players is not to be just the opposite of what you pick. I want it on the record. I'm picking these two because of pride for my country. Spirit and Mana.
For Italy.
The Poland boys, yeah.
Okay.
Ain't gonna make it through.
I thought you were an Italian boy. What's happening?
I can be stuff.
Okay.
I'm still an Italian boy. It's just that you know, right now I'm
Mhm.
gonna explore Poland a little bit.
I think there's a lot of potential here for upsets, 100%.
Yep.
Like Mana and Spirit, they're very in form, and I can see this going a lot of different ways here. So, best of luck to all those players. And Group C is going to be an interesting one. We have Nikita, we have Skillus, we have Solar, we have MaxFax, we have Shin. We got our 2 European Protosses up against our 2 Korean Zerg players facing off in Group C.
Yeah. This is gonna be a tough one. I'm definitely looking forward to more Max Packs versus Shin.
100%. I think because we've seen it so often, I feel like Shin's gonna beat Max Max. We saw that like 5 different times today. It's crazy.
I'm glad we're on the same page here, Light. I'm glad we're on the same page here. Group C, Skillus and Shin.
Yeah, I'm on that page as well. 100%.
I was back and forth a little bit between whether it was Shin or Solar, but I feel like Solar needs to dive deeper into his villain arc a bit. So I'm gonna go with Skillus and Shin.
You're like I want Solar to lose because I want him to lose his mind.
I want Solar to be last in the group so that he just descends further into madness, and then once he fully reaches the full depths of madness, then things will become clear.
Then he can finally find out the brightness.
He will attain peace when he finds out the secret to beating Protoss. He can't beat them. He has to join them.
Oh yeah, he's gonna off race. He's gonna turn it into his main race, mate. He's gonna become the Protoss instead. I can see it already. But yeah, I think we're both in unison here. I think Shin and Skillus. Whether there's, I mean, a little bit of bias, maybe, but you know, we're big.
I'm 100% biased. So.
Yeah,
I'm 100% biased.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah,
I will readily admit that I'm biased.
We're both lockstep in Group C. Group D, the final group: Clem, Christiana, Dark, and Jeshi.
And you have to keep in mind with Group D. I mean, first off, let me just say I'm glad to see Jesha here. I believe he was invited. Yeah, he was invited. So yeah, I'm glad to see Jesha playing quite a bit once again. So I'm glad to see him still active here. But going into this, you have to keep in mind that Christiana is absolutely in form coming into this.
Oh yeah.
who was absolutely on a tear. But
Mhm.
I just can't vote against Clem or Dark. If you give me these, if it came down to Clem or Dark, I'm most likely picking Clem. But
Mhm.
if you give me both of those two options, I'm usually picking. I'm usually gonna pick both of them over most other players, and that includes Christiana and Cheshire, unfortunately.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be crazy to bet against Clem right now. Like, Clem, he's still our world champion, right? He's still in form. He's off racing. I'm a little bit sad there's no Terran. I would have loved to have seen a Terran in here so Clem can play Protoss in the group
And-
stage as well. And, of course, beat them. But that's not going to be happening here, unfortunately. So I feel like, same with you, Clem. He's going to be making it through. Alongside
And
him, go on.
I was just gonna add to that. Another thing you have to keep in mind, Clem, he's probably still angry after losing to Piotr, so
True,
he's gonna
true,
channel that
true.
here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I want to believe, actually, you know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen?
Gesture?
Clem, he's going to wait to see what happens in Group B. If Piotr makes it through Group B, depending on where he places, do you think Clem
okay.
is going to intentionally try to, like, place to face off against him in the next round? Like, be
Yes.
seeded against Piotr? Yeah.
No, actually, I think he's gonna try to manipulate the bracket in such a way that. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I think that's gonna happen. I think
Yeah.
Clem
Yeah.
is gonna manipulate that in such a way that he is gonna go up against Piotr first, but then
Mhm.
he'll also seed it in such a way that Piotr makes it all the way to the finals for a rematch, so that Clem can just beat his face in again.
Okay. Oh, God.
He's
No.
angry.
He's an animal. When it comes to coming out in second, I'm not as confident as you, Yaku, when it comes to Dark because I've seen Cristiano in PVZs and he is disgusting. He is absolutely disgusting in PVZ. And I can see a world where he can beat Dark. I'm gonna favor Dark against Cristiano, but I can see Cristiano causing an upset there. And I don't think I want to see that, but I can see it. It haunts my nightmares, mate. Seeing Cristiano in PVZ. He's disgusting. Oh god.
Oh,
So
just wake up in
that's
the middle of the night and just like, oh, the things
yeah.
I've seen.
I mean, remember the qualifier, like Cristiano, like he took down some big names, mate. It was
Yeah, he's definitely in form.
He's in form. But for now, Clem and Dark, Clem and Dark, mate. Clem
Alright.
and Dark. So we're the same for Group C and D. We differ in Group B. Group B is where we do differ. Where you go into your Italian roots and you go to Old Mate Peter.
Exactly.
Understand?
Gonna go for Peter.
Mhm.
Peter.
What's
Wallace?
you know what's crazy?
Peter Wallace.
What's crazy? You're like, mate, I want Peter to make it out of Group B, and then when you talk about Group D, you're like, I want Clem to bash his face. Like, oh my god! Like, what's?
That's not what I want. That's what I think Clem wants. That's to be clear. Although that would be pretty fun to watch.
Oh no! You're an animal, Yaku. I want to see him go through just so he can lose. Oh no! Este Yaku.
I think the dream scenario for Clem was honestly same group as Spirit,
Mhm.
bash Spirit, but Spirit still makes it through. Beat Spirit again in the upper bracket, but then Spirit survives and makes it to the grand finals, and then beat Spirit again. That I think is what Clem wants.
Oh my god!
That would
we'll
be
see.
that would have been his best case scenario. Unfortunately, they had to be seated in different groups
Unfortunate.
or placed in different groups.
But yeah, with that that does wrap up the League Cup. Again, Group B is going to be tomorrow. Group B is going to be tomorrow in less than 24 hours, so we're going to be all over that. Look forward to that Group B action, and Group C and Group D are going to be next week. They're going to be next week, which means by the time we get the next podcast going, we would have wrapped up the group stage.
Yeah, you would have seen how correct I was.
Yeah, there you go. And I think we'll have some progress with Master Coliseum as well. Only some, only some. But as a reminder, with that, we are going to be wrapping things up here. We did not go over the interviews and the documentary series that were made while during the downtime. We will do our best to catch up on all of that to freshen up as well, and then we can have a conversation. We can talk about what was going on and what our thoughts and yeah, what happened with the interviews.
We'll have a PondCast.
Yeah.
Dedicated just to those.
Exactly. If you are out there as well, if you want to take part in some of these tournaments, if you want to sign up, if you want to compete, then check out the sign up list as well. We do have eyes on KSL. KSL is over the weekend. We have the Patches 4.5K Winterfest. We have CSO Contender. We have the What TV Monday, the Pikachu Monday, Elite League, Magic Up Masters Cup bi-weekly, and many other events throughout the course of the week.
Yeah. So stay tuned for those. Those are all the open and global ones. What I'm actually kind of interested in looking at the sign up list. It's not a global Open Cup, but I'm very curious about this. There was a lot of talks about Bellum Zagora and how they want to start their own circuit and foster local talent. It looks like it's going to start this week. BGE Balkan Circuit.
Yeah. Here we go. We have, as you mentioned, it is region locked, from my understanding, to the people native to the Balkan region, of course. Yeah, exactly. So they're going to be competing amongst themselves. Wish them the best when it comes to the event, when it comes to the production, and how they all bring it all together. I know it's a big initiative for them, trying to foster their own local talent and the local scene. So wish them the best. Wish them the best.
Definitely hope to see more than. Definitely hope to see more from them. It was a huge surprise when we caught Bellum Zagora last year, and I'm hoping that they're able to keep this up. They were pretty much independent from EWC, so fingers crossed that regardless of what happens with EWC, we'll be able to get a little bit more from Bellum Zagora.
For sure. 100%. So do look forward to that. Otherwise, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for watching. Again, this was a bit of a longer podcast, but we made it, Yaku. We made it through all of the events.
We kept our promise.
We did.
We kept it compact.
Yeah. It didn't last too long, 4.5 hours. That's okay. It's okay. The next one should be shorter, though. The next one should be a little bit more lean. I mean, sure, we're going to be going through all the documentaries and all the videos as well, but I'm sure it's going to be a great time. And thank you so much, Jaco, for joining me here today. And likewise, shout out to Kuro as well for organizing, for bringing together the topic list, and for handling the production as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And before we head off, Jaco.
Yep. Yes.
Yaku, where can we find more of you? And also, Brutal Campaign.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. We'll see when I stream the Brute War campaign, because Noisestorm just announced he's planning a new update for Champions coming up next week. No. In the next by the end of January. So Crab Champion stream soon, TM potentially.
Oh no, there you go.
I feel like it's fitting to come back with a Crab Champion stream, but yeah, that'll be twitch.tv/Iyakuzaku1. Have some possibilities in the mix for when it comes to streaming. Brew War campaign, Portal 1, some stuff that I want to get my hands on. Want to play at least once in my life. And if I'm going to subject myself to all of it, I'm going to subject all of you to all of it as well. So, we'll see what happens there. Stay tuned for that. Twitter.com @Empora_Yakuzaku, and also bluesky.obisky.yakuzaku.social. I'll announce whenever I go live there. Do check those out as well. I just made a post recently about a thing I wrote. Not related to video games at all, but if you're curious about some of the other things that I get up to, that's where you can find me. Also, !Discord will bring you to the CranKy Ducklings Discord server. I'm there, Light is there, Kuro is there, and it's the best place to stay informed when I stream, because sometimes I forget to announce when I go live, but you know what, the bot never forgets.
I don't think you've ever announced when you go live. Like, what do you...
I've never have. Usually I like to have it as a little treat, a little
Uh-huh.
surprise for
Uh-huh.
if you want to watch me,
Hmm.
you got to work for it, You
Yeah,
gotta you
there you
gotta go
go.
you gotta come looking for me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. See, that's the kind of attitude that will get you into a relationship like for Jimmy and Eva.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. Full of passion.
full of toxicity uh, and yelling.
Fuck, at least it's a relationship.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no! But yes, definitely do check out Yaku's stream. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm sure whenever a stream does arrive, whether it's Cap Champions or otherwise. Otherwise, you can follow myself, _VIP on Twitch and Twitter. I do stream throughout the week, or at least I try to whenever I can. Of course, recently we've been very busy with StarCraft, with casting, so I've not had the luxury of being able to have ladder sessions or anything else of the sort. But whenever I have time, I will attempt to stream. I would say ladder session or another game. Currently, I'm playing through Final Fantasy 16. Did already finish up Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and some other games as well. So we're just working through that Steam list of the Steam library, I should say, and uninstalling and getting them the hell out of
Yeah.
there. It feels good. Feels good. Oh my god. But it's been a lot of fun. Otherwise, you can follow us here on the CranKy Ducklings.
One day we're gonna be able to uninstall Divinity Original Sin 2.
One day, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, mate. Let's go. It'll be after you finish Brood War. Oh no. But our next cast is going to be tomorrow. LiuLi Cup is going to be tomorrow. Likewise, Master Coliseum on Friday. We have Master Coliseum on Saturday and Sunday as well. We have the KSL. We have Wardy TV Mondays. Plenty of content throughout the week. Currently, we do have a Home Story Cup scheduled for tomorrow, and that is tentative for the time being. We'll see how well we feel. It's been a very long day of casting, and I would like some sleep. So we'll see what happens with Master Coliseum. And sorry, with Home Story Cup. We'll also see what happens with the Thermal 2v2 tournament. We attempted to maybe get some replays of that to cover it ourselves. But we'll see. Again, our January is very jam-packed, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Welcome to the new year.
Exactly. Welcome to 2025. We made it. We
lived.
Let's go.
I didn't expect to make it this long.
Oh no. But yeah, with that, Yaku, do you have anything you want to say before we head off for the night?
Freaking Konami Japan coming down and restricting access of Metal Gear Rising. It would have been the perfect thing to stream on Lunar New Year, Year of the Snake, but I can't get my hands on it because it's not available in Asia because fucking Konami Japan decided not to release it in Asia. So that's my rant. That was a rant that I started before we went live, and that's what I'm gonna end the day with.
It's true. That's how we started. That is how we started. So thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more CranKy Duckling action. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Give them some love. Give them some support. And we'll see you guys next time. Hasta luego.
Hasta la vista. Bye.
Ciao.
Bella. Italiano.